Okay, Israel. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Shabbat, shalom. We're back at it. Another Shabbat. We're about to get started. Shout out Kawakab and his congregation in Guatemala and the different neighboring cities and states that listen to him. Also, shout out to Zaki and SOW Virginia, Quadzab SOW Houston, and Zion SOW Rochester. I hope your brothers and sisters are doing well. Keep the good faith and keep the good fight up. Hopefully, we'll be seeing each other soon for our Feast of Tabernacles down the way. And before we're going to send our prayers up and get ready for class. Okay? So much. You need this one?
It's always good. It's always a blessing.
Rock the Yahweh Shem Yahshai.
Rock the Yahweh Shem Yahshai.
Nothing Lanel. A war. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Rock the Yahweh Shem Yahshai.
Rock the Yahweh Shem Yahshai.
Nothing Lanel. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Amajim Waponya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Baruch Yahweh Shem Yahshai.
Baruch Yahweh Shem Yahshai.
Nothing Lanel. Shabbat. Shalom. The water. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Ahariam, Ma'aya, Yabuaha, Isaiah, Yabuaha, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'arataza, La'a, Yonathan, Ramawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yasharala, Yahweh, Shemoya, Yahweh, Tazaria, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayara, Yahweh, Yashemoya, Makol, Right, Yashimor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashimor, Hawalakia, Wabuaya, Ma'itha, I will love. Amen.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. He shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Elohayno, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Elohayno, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Elohayno, Yahweh, Echad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
Lord's Prayer. Abanoah, Shema Shemaya, Kodash, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwavka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Barataza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemaya, Natalanawa, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachino. Chawatino. Chasalachino. Chawatino. Wala'ah. Fabiano. Bonasawan. Abo. Kawashino. Mayan. Right. Kaya. Laka. Amalakwa. Waha'ala. Wahatapa'awa.
Amen. Lord's Prayer in English. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ah Yahaya. Laka. Alahaya. Achayim. Ayo. Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah. Ta'ina. Laka. Pasor. Wala'ah. Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah. Falach Wachach. Shem. Yahweh. Bashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakor. Hayawam. Hashabat. Lakwurashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah. Taratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah. Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah. Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah. Ta'ina. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah. Ta'chamat. Ko. Ashura. La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Bashim Yashak.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshabim.
Take seats.
Okay. All right. So last week we went over 1 Maccabees chapter 3, and we went from verse 1 to 26. And we're not going to go over that entire 26 verses again, but we are going to go into Josephus, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 1, just to give us that paragraph of breaking down and explaining what we've already gone over in these 26 verses. And what we're about to go over just explains the initial military victories that Judas and his company was responsible for. And that initial gathering of momentum that Judas and his brothers and all of the dedicated followers had as they were moving forward and building confidence and faith in the Most High. And going into it, it was an explanation explaining how, like, the Most High, when he's building your faith, he gradually escalates the scenarios. He gives you very attainable victories early. And then as you continue to develop, the stakes get higher and the challenges get more difficult. But he gave you those initial victories. He gave you what you needed to prepare yourself for the greater battle that was ahead.
Is it safe to say that he gives us battles that are within our capacity?
That's exactly what I was saying. The first battle was the inter-battles amongst other Jews, rebel Jews, amongst its towns.
Yes, sir.
So that we were working on uniting the group first. So the first battles we won were against these leaders, these puppet leaders that the Greeks had put up in these different cities. And we didn't take Jerusalem because Jerusalem was too heavily fortified initially. So we took smaller towns and provinces around in Judea around Jerusalem first. And then after we were gaining victories there, the next wave of the battles was against the Samaritans, which was our neighbors up north, that we've had continual strivings and battles and beef with in the past. We beat that group also pretty convincingly, and we're feeling very good about ourselves. Then the next battle was by Saron, and he was the governor of Kol Syria, and they had a larger group, and there was fear and trepidation on that third battle because the numbers were larger. It was the Sabbath day. They were feeling weak. No, not a Sabbath day. They were weak from fasting. So they were under the impression that they weren't going to be able to win this battle. The Most High was with them, and Judas led them to that victory. So we're going to read that again in Josephus, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 1, just to get us warmed up to go into the further escalation that proceeds after the military captain Saron dies. So let's get Josephus, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 1. And cry, let's get you saluted in real quick.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Bayashala.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Bayashala. Amazing. Bro, Yahweh Hashem Hashem B'Katam.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar B'Katam.
Right. So, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 1.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 1. It says, when Apollonius, the general of Samaritan forces, heard this, he took his army and made haste to go against Judas, who met him and joined battle with him, and beat him, and slew many of his men. And among them Apollonius himself, their general, whose sword, being that which he happened then to wear, he seized upon and kept for himself.
So Judas kept the general Apollonius's sword in perpetuity from that time on. That was the spoil of war. Okay, read on.
But he wounded more than he slew, and took a great deal of prey from the enemy's camp.
So they wounded more than they actually killed. What it shows is what? When you're in a war and you're wounding more than you're killing, what does that show about your army?
Strong.
Nope. It shows your army is inexperienced.
Oh,
Don't forget, these guys are just farmers and just regular workers. They don't have that skill and precision. Professional military, professional militia, they're wiping you out 1 or 2 moves. They know where to stab. They know where to kill. They know how to kill somebody. It's no different than dealing with a military person today. You know a military death versus an amateur death altogether. You ever seen those crime shows? When people are killed, it's like 3 shots center mass. And let you know what? They know how to kill you dead. They know how to kill you dead. 3 shots center mass. If one misses the vital organs, the other 2 aren't. So there's a skill in efficiently wiping somebody out. But the fact that there was more hurt than killed, that just showed inexperience as a whole with the army that we had. We only had like 6,000 people at best. And I think it started off even less than that. So it was our inexperience, but the Most High was still with us. Okay, let's continue.
Line 288. But when Saron, who was general of the army of Celesyria,
Celesyria is Kol Syria. It's the entire region of Philistia, Tyre and Zidon, Jerusalem, Israel, Samaria, and all of Syria. That's the entire region. Okay, so it's a larger, a guy that's over a larger space and area. You can see it on the map right here. Kol Syria is actually eastern Syria, all the way down to the coast of Phoenicia. The country of Syria is above that region. So Kol Syria actually runs from the Mediterranean Sea to the Euphrates Sea. That's an entire region. So this guy Saron was over that region. Let's continue.
About 288. But when Saron, who was general of the army of Seleucia, heard that many had joined themselves to Judas, and that he had about him an army sufficient for fighting and for making war, he determined to make an expedition against them, as thinking it became him to endeavor to punish those that transgressed the king's injunctions.
It lets you know that the kings of these different provinces didn't take us too serious to that first major win against Samaria. Like, okay, and then now they're ready to actually fight in a full-scale war. So now we're going to bring our guys out here and finish these guys off. Read on.
Line 289. He then got together an army as large as he was able, and joined to it the renegade and wicked Jews, and came against Judas.
So what they did is they got their backward Jews that had already bought into the Greek way, and their other casts of characters. Listen, Esau understood from the beginning, when you're fighting a war against a nation, bring your own people in there. Bring their own people and involve them into the war. That's how you sit back here and can weaken the country itself. This is why the United States right now has Ukraine fighting Russians. Ukrainians and Russians are the same Slavic people. They're just divided by a language. They're the same people. It's the same thing when Britain, before they left India, there was no such thing as Pakistan before the British left and completely broken up and divided India into two different languages and religions. Before Britain did this, India was one nation of people, and they had two different people that had different groups of beliefs. You had Hindus and you had Islamic people. But what the British did when they left after World War II was that how can they permanently weaken this country? And they weakened the country by saying, listen, we're about to leave, but we're going to break up and change the land spaces so that one side is Hindu, the other side is Islam. And that's what they did. That's why Pakistan, they're Indian people, but they believe in Islam. And then the rest of India is Hindu. So what's happened is once they made that declaration, there was a bunch of ethnic cleansing that was created to sit back here and weaken the population. This is what they're also doing between Taiwan and China. People want to think that Taiwanese, they gave them a new name, a new label. Taiwanese people are Chinese people. They have the same history. The people from Taiwan are the Chinese people that lost the battle between Mao Zedong and the present day, in the previous monarchy that they had in China. The loser was the monarchy. All the losers went to Taiwan, this island, and the winners stayed up there in China. But they're the same people. When you sit back and look all throughout the world, there's this constant exploitation of the same people broken up into different factions. This is called divide and what?
Conquer.
This is what they did in Africa. Listen, there wasn't all these small countries, Djibouti and Somalia and Sudan and all these spots. All that place was Eastern Africa. It was all connected to the Ethiopian Empire. There's a country now called Eritrea. But Eritrea came out to sit back here. They allowed Eritrea to be created to spite the Ethiopian government.
Oh, Eritrea.
Yeah, Eritrea.
Yeah,
that wasn't there in the past.
Yeah.
They funded that because that's a port city.
Yeah.
To sit back here and break and attack Ethiopia's financial capabilities. This has been happening all around the world. Divide and conquer. All of a sudden, let's talk about a nation's sovereignty all of a sudden. That is code word for this country isn't playing ball, so we're going to break it up in pieces to weaken it. The British set it up. The United States perfected it. But this is what they're doing now in these wars with these renegade Jews. To sit back here and create strife and turmoil amongst people of their own nation. They did the same thing to Gad. When Gad was in the mountains, they would sit back here and find snitch Gadites, put a white suit, a blue suit on them, and a blue suit and have them go and snitch where their hideouts were in the mountains. That was the only way Gad lost in the southwest. There was two things. They sent rebel or renegade or sellout Gadites, and then they sent Judah, to sit back and fight him. That's the only way to break them.
Wow.
They've always done this same tactic to gain leverage against tribes that's giving them problems. So Saron is no different. Let's continue.
Mark 289. He then got together an army as large as he was able, and joined to it the renegade and wicked Jews, and came against Judas. He then came as far as Bethlehem, a village of Judea, and there pitched his camp, upon which Judas met him. And when he intended to give him battle, he saw that his soldiers were backward to fight.
I mean, they were hesitant. They weren't confident into attacking and moving forward. Read on.
Because their number was small, and because they wanted food, for they were fasting. He encouraged them and said to them that victory and conquest of enemies are not derived from the multitude in armies.
So once again, this was the first time he had to really start teaching them how to spiritually look at warfare, how to spiritually look at difficulties that you face when you're fighting battles for the Most High. He's letting us know that frequently when you're fighting battles for the Most High, it seems like an impossible
Scenario.
it's a scenario or I lost my train of thought. It looks like a scenario that's unattainable.
Unrealistic.
It looks like the victory is unattainable.
Yeah.
The numbers start to get to the point like, how in the hell am I going to get through this? Well, the Most High purposely sets up this tone so you can begin to learn the Most High's glory and His power and His love for you. Okay? So let's continue.
It says, but in the exercise of piety towards the Most High, and that they had the plainest instance in their forefathers, who by their righteousness and exerted themselves on behalf of their own laws and their own children, had frequently conquered many 10,000s for innocence.
Stop. So what he's saying is, when you're fighting for the right purposes, when you're fighting with the right intentions, the Most High is not going to ever look at these large numbers. For sisters, when you're sitting back here and you're trying to scale difficult challenges, overcome significant things in your life, but your intention is for your family, for your children, for the body, the Most High is going to come through for y'all in ways that you would never imagine. Similarly to us, when we're sitting back here and facing uphill challenges that might seem like they're not realistic, they might not seem like they're attainable goals, but the Most High is looking at what's your intention behind the pursuit of these quote-unquote unattainable goals. And if the intentions are pure and the body needs what you're fighting for, then the Most High will sit back and come through and supply the body with what it needs, even though the odds seem like impossible.
Yeah, to know so that you know that it was the Most High.
So you know it's from the Most High. And to also acknowledge and bless your intentions.
Yes.
But the crazy thing is a lot of times the things we ask for aren't given because they're not important. They're not as serious as we make them to be. And the things that we want don't align in with what the Most High is expecting from us. The things that we want don't line up with the expectations the Most High has for us. So let's just keep that in mind when it comes to why the things that you might want don't work the way you want it to be. Let's continue.
Says, and their own children had frequently conquered many 10,000s For innocence is the strongest army.
And he keeps letting us know. Innocence is wrapped in with another word I'm thinking about, pure intentions.
Yeah.
So innocence has to do with not sinning, not having any negative around you. But innocence also has a lot to do with pure intentioned decisions. Can you look it up, 8-28 innocence? It might not even have those words in it, but I just think it does because innocence is your strongest army. Innocence, Scripture says, clean hands maketh a man stronger and stronger. So innocence has a lot to do with your clean hands and not dabbling into negative. But innocence is always also about pure intention, pure motive. What's your reason for asking this? What's your reason for pursuing this? Do you have something that's kind of close to that?
Yeah.
Let me look for it. Let me look for it also.
Point number 2.
Innocence. Innocence? Okay.
Yeah, point number 2 and 3.
Okay, perfect. 2 is perfect.
Yeah. You think about 3. Kind of goes with what you're saying about
Yeah,
3.
do 2 and 3.
Kind of. Innocence, 1828, Webster's Dictionary. Point number 2. In a moral sense, freedom from crime, sin, or guilt.
So what he's saying is, if you're not sinning, that's your greatest strength in whatever endeavor you're tapping into. Whatever endeavor that you're trying to sit back here and ask the Most High to bless you, this is something for us to be conscious of when we're praying for something, when we're asking for something, when we're petitioning from the Most High to be there for us. What are the things that you have to make sure that's in your spirit when you're petitioning for the Most High to be there for you? The first thing is innocence. And innocence is about what again? What's the definition again?
Freedom from crime, sin, or guilt.
You're free from sin and you're free from guilt. But why does guilt linger in your spirit? Because you've been what? Sinning. You've been negative. So when you've been doing negative and you're sending up prayer to the Most High, there's going to be guilt because you're not, that deep down you're not justified to get the blessing you're asking for. What else in the innocence?
It says untainted purity of heart and life.
Then it says untainted purity of heart and life. So it's an untainted purity of intention, purity of motivation, purity of desire. Because really, so this is what the Most High is constantly purging us. This is why he's constantly purging us. He's purging us to remove the aspects of intent that aren't pure. This is why a lot of men come in to the work and they say they want to do the work. But in the back of their mind, they also want carnal rewards for their sacrifice. Right?
Yeah.
So now that means that man or that woman is operating with in a duality.
Yeah.
And a lot of us operate in the spirit of duality. There's good intentions in me, and there's also selfish, egotistical intentions in me also. So what does the Most High do with us, mankind, that operates in duality? The Most High is like, okay, I'm not going to give you what you want until I know your intention is pure and you're operating in the spirit of innocence. So what does he do? He stretches out the thing we want. He doesn't grant us the things that we're asking up front. Because what the Most High is trying to get us to see is, okay, are you going to serve the Most High with gladness and joyfulness of heart when you're not getting what you want? And then how you react to not getting what you want proves to the Most High and gives the Most High enough evidence to justify why he's not going to bless you long term. And those of us who don't get what we want over a period of time and we decide to finally give in and finally decide to say, okay, I'm going to serve the Most High because it's the right thing to do. and I'm seeing the value of submission, and I'm seeing the value of being on point, and I'm just going to stick with that, and I'm going to find happiness in just serving the Most High.
And a sports analogy of that is, for people that think this is a complicated concept. The sports analogy is, for example, Jordan said, "Listen, he said, if you put me on the Wizards, I don't want to play. I don't want a thin dime. I just want to play for the love of the game."
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that he can leverage and get millions of dollars because you're selling tickets. You're selling tickets. You're bringing sponsorships. You're bringing everything to the game. He cut down his salary so that he could afford better players, so he can win a championship versus maxing his contract out to get everything he's worth, but still losing the end.
Yeah.
What's the point? The point is, when you have the purest intentions, you scale down on what you want, the physical outcomes you want,
and
the personal benefits.
And when you finally accept serving the Most High is the only thing you want, you start to accept living the type of living that you have. You start realizing that having your daily bread is really all you need. Mm-hmm. Having your daily bread is all you need in regards to making sure the Most High gets his. And once we show the Most High that what we have is enough, and our service to the Most High and that pursuit is enough for us, then He gives us more. But He doesn't give you more because every 5 minutes when we don't get what we want, what happens to us? Aggravation. We're frustrated. Listen, why should any of us walk around here saying we had bad days?
Great question.
What does that even mean, having a bad day? Think about that. Why should any of us walk around here saying we have a bad day? What does a bad day mean? Why do people say they have bad days? Because there's something in their day they don't get. There's certain rest they don't get. There's certain carnal gratifications they don't get. There's certain spiritual aggravations that they have to experience every day. Right or wrong?
I'm working more, I'm getting less.
Well, that's the point. I'm working more and getting less. The question is this. Are you working more and getting less, or are you working more and growing more spiritually?
No, I don't look at that.
It's working more and getting less. That's the point. You see how the different way of looking at things literally is why you're in the situation that you're in. And until we learn to find happiness and peace of mind and just existing and serving the Most High and doing His will, you'll never get the things you want. This is why the Most High says in James, where you ask, you seek, and you kill, but you don't get it. Because you want to consume things upon your what?
Flesh.
And so if that the fight for what you want in the flesh might be masked by I come to class 3 days a week, but the Most High sees right through you. This is something for us to be conscious of. In understanding when Judas is like, our innocency is our greatest protection. If we're innocent, if our motives are pure, if we're not sinning and our motives are pure, and then listen, what's another thing? If your motives are pure, what should be your motives based upon? The will of your Father, the desire to sit back and develop the people around you and take care of them. Those are the wills or desire to have something you need to further the work.
Yes.
The things that you're asking for, are they furthering the work that you're doing to pursue and serve the Most High? Because if the things that you want lean towards what you need to do to serve the Most High better, then by all means you'll get it. The problem is what we want doesn't fit the needs that we need to have to serve the Most High and do His job. This is why so many of our requests are not listened to. Well, so many other things we're asking for, we don't get those things in return. Does that make sense?
Alright.
So, now Judas is here, motivating his people, saying, we know you fasted. Obviously, you're in the second half of the fast. You're weak. You're weakened. The Most High knows you're weakened. The Most High is going to give you what you need to finish this battle, because we haven't been sinning, and your intentions are we're fighting to make sure that Israel is protected. Why wouldn't the Most High be on our side based on those conditions? Why am I slowing it down like this? Why am I slowing it down like this? So we can have a better understanding in our life why we get the things we ask for, or why we do not get the things we ask for. That's important. Because a lot of us start to question, why am I doing this? After an extended period of time of not getting what you want.
Or we'll say life's not fair. Same game.
It's the same thing. Life isn't fair. Why am I doing this? I'm just going through the most. I'm so unhappy. I'm so disappointed. I'm so depressed.
It's all for nothing.
Exactly. Then the question would be, what were you planning on getting out the deal going to a Bible school?
I'm not asking for much.
I'm going to say it again. What did we expect committing ourselves to a Bible school? People want the world.
They want a genie.
Like, what kind of craziness is this?
They want a magic genie.
Do you realize how people lived in the world back in the day who seeked after the Lord? You know how they lived? You ever read about how monks lived? People who seek the Lord, they got the Lord. They got classes, they got scriptures, they had Bible understanding, they had just enough food to eat, they had a place to lay their head. Didn't Christ say food and raiment?
Yeah.
It's all you need? And housing? Nobody can say they don't have that. Didn't the prophets never live in the city? Where did the prophets live? In the mountains. Who was also there in the mountains? Their family. If they had a family. So this is even for sisters. Sisters want a righteous man? Okay. Then prepare to live in 2025's versions of the mountains. Are you prepared to live in 2025's versions of the mountains? Because that's what you prayed for. Didn't you pray for that? You prayed to live in the mountains. Isn't that where the holy men and godly men lived? Am I lying? Where is there a lie in the statement I'm saying? You was promised daily bread and covering in mountains. Listen, what's the difference between living in the mountains and the city? It's a little colder in the mountains. It's a lot colder in the mountains. Listen, you're not around comforts of society. We're in the mountains. You gotta do everything yourself. So the Most High's got us in the city, living like we're in the mountains. And if we understand that, maybe we'll have less negative expectations about our life. And maybe we will redirect all the frustration that comes from not getting what you want in the flesh and direct your energy more into what you said you came here for in the first place, which was the Bible. Listen, these people came from the mountains themselves. Everybody who stood for what was right stayed away from that worldly influence. This is not made up stuff. So once again, the Most High will give you anything that you need if what you want and need is predicated on what the Most High wants you to want and need. Does that make sense? So, read that part about the innocency again.
It says, for innocence is the strongest army.
The strongest army we have is the fact that we didn't sin, and our intentions and what we're doing is pure. That's what you need. You need those two aspects in your life for the Most High to listen to your prayers and to listen to your needs and to come through for you when you need it the most. Let's continue.
Line 292. By this speech, he induced his men to condemn the multitude of the enemy.
Listen, that speech shook that negative, that fear off of them. And it automatically switched their mind and their tone to seeing how these people can be beaten. Judas was a great orator. He had great faith. And he was able to convey that faith and shake off that doubt in the body. And to shake their mind from moving backwards and thinking backwards. To sitting back here and realizing they can win this battle. They can't overcome this obstacle. But if Judas didn't believe it, he couldn't teach it.
You can't teach what you don't believe. If you don't believe it, you can't really push it.
Kinda. And this is why Mattathias knew what he was talking about when he said Judas is your general. Because he held on to all the training and knew he could come through in a pinch when it mattered. But read on.
By this speech, he induced his men to condemn the multitude of the enemy and to fall upon Saron, and upon joining battle with him. He beat the Syrians, and when their general fell among the rest, they all ran away with speed, as thinking that to be their best way of escaping. So he pursued them unto the plain, and slew about 800 of the enemy, but the rest escaped to the region which lay near to the sea.
So everybody that escaped, it actually helps to benefit us. Because now word's getting around significantly. Even those ones that when it was with Apollonius' military, more people were wounded than died. Guess the stories that are coming out. Man, these guys kicked our ass. These guys are vicious. These guys are a problem. You got to watch out for these guys.
Almost died.
Now word is spreading. So now that spirit of fear is amongst the populace. And what ends up happening is, when there's a spirit of fear amongst a lot of people, as soon as a person gets punched in the mouth, the fight's over. Think about Tyson back in the day. Tyson was sitting back here, and there was so much fear about Tyson.
It wasn't a normal fight.
Because there was so much fear on these people. As soon as he gave you a couple hits, pop, 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 then it was like, oh man, this guy's going to get me too.
Listen, he said some crazy stuff. I was watching my phone there. He said, I haven't slept with my wife in a year. He said, all I feel is pain. I don't care about the boxing match. I just want whoever I fight to feel the pain that I feel. I'm like, damn. You look at the ring no more. Right?
No, you're hearing the stories.
Yeah.
But then you see everybody he fought before.
That too.
And now he's taking people out in two rounds.
Yeah.
1 round. 3 rounds. Yeah. And they're getting embarrassed. And they're getting knocked out. Why is that important? What's the most important thing is that fear that everybody has. So once the fight starts, and normally, you ever watch Mike Tyson's Punch Out, the video game? Yeah. Whoever who played it, why did they set him up the way they set him up? They set him up like the first round, he was unstoppable. He was super quick. 1 hit, you're knocked out. They set it up that way because that was his reputation. First round, he's coming to whip your ass. And more than likely, you're not getting out the first round. So that reputation followed him. When he starts beating up on people, and he's knocking cats out in the first 2 rounds, that stigma follows him.
Yeah.
But then what happens after Buster Douglas beats him up and knocks him out?
The Lord dies.
The Lord dies. That fight went 8 rounds, 9 rounds.
Yep.
Then all of a sudden, that era of invincibility left him.
Yeah.
Now it was like, I can take him. Keep my distance early. Be aware that after the first 2 rounds, if you can get through it, he's going to tire out. Then I can outbox him.
Yeah.
Then that's how everybody started beating him.
They can just dissect him.
That's how Lennox Lewis got him. They just jabbed him to death. Kept distance, jab him, move, stick and move, outwork him. Now it came out that Tyson really wasn't good in working out in the gym. He didn't keep his shape up. So after the first 2-3 rounds, you had him. Just box and dance. And just don't get caught up into some damn wrestling match. Then all of a sudden, he was figured out, and he was never the same guy again. Why am I going through all that? Just explaining the nature of war. And now the reputation was, as soon as Judas and them rolled up on him, everybody was panicking. It didn't take long before that fear rose up on the people because his reputation is starting to build. We're going to read later on this third fight. The numbers were even larger. And you know what? All Judas does, he comes strong, hits you right in the mouth, and everybody starts to crumble. And then, we'll go into that later, but just kind of trying to set the tone for how all these men that were escaping was fueling that fear that was building up amongst the body and exposing that these armies, they were just in it for the money. It wasn't about fighting for their nation.
Just mercenaries.
It was just mercenaries, and these guys are going to sit back here and take it like a business decision. And they're not going to sit back here and die over business. That's what's happening. It ain't like they're in Greece, invading Greece. It ain't like that. This is just fighting and murder for hire.
You're not getting a lot of financial benefits from a bunch of fighting a bunch of poor people.
Well, you're getting no.
From the government. Man.
They're getting paid by the government, so they're getting paid. But nothing's worth getting paid if I'm gonna die.
True.
So I'm not gonna sit back here. These guys are giving up a good fight. I'm not gonna mess with these guys. I'm gonna get out of here and leave. Fight another day. Anyway, that's the tone that's being set. You finished paragraph 1, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's go to 1 Maccabees 3:27.
I was talking about, when you kill somebody, you get gold and you get the armor and you get the benefits of the
They're a ragtag with the spoil. Yeah. There's not a lot of spoil. There's not a big party after that. You're just working off your salary.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. So let's keep going.
Fine. 1 Maccabees, chapter 3 and verse 27. Now when King Antiochus heard these things, he was full of indignation.
Listen, Antiochus Epiphanes was pissed off. He's getting word that two of his captains died. The governors of the provinces got wiped out. He's like, what the hell is this? These guys should have been wiped out a long time ago. When I came in there, I wiped them out instantaneously. What's this damn rebel group doing? What's going on with these guys?
Yeah.
So he's pissed off. He's frustrated. Read on.
Wherefore he sent and gathered together all the forces of his realm, even a very strong army.
Think about what he's doing now. I'm going to sit back here and get all of my army, my entire army, and I'm going to sit back here and bring all my forces and converge it on Judea and finish these guys off. That's the kind of play you do when you're trying to end them.
I'm going to crush the situation.
I'm going to end these guys. I'm going to bring my entire army, that same entire army that went to Egypt and almost beat the Egyptians.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring my entire army of around 100,000 men to wipe out 6,000 guys. This is the thinking that Antiochus is going to do. Right? Read on.
Verse 28.
No, hold on. Before we go to 28, just the idea that 6,000 men is driving Antiochus to this level of extreme is amazing. 6,000 men? Got a guy to throw it all away just to take out 6,000 men?
Yeah.
That's extreme.
That's a lot.
That's like America sending all their army to fight the Houthis in Yemen.
What are you doing?
Like they're just a bunch of ragtag guys that is going to bomb you to death and hide in the ground and not give a damn what you do to their country. She's going to go down in the country and fight these guys. You're going to sit back here and send your entire fleet and your Marines and your armies to go to Houthiville and Yemenite just to fight like a handful of fighters? That don't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. But this is what Antiochus, this guy is a leader over the entire, literally, from all the way from Philistia all the way to Parthia. That's thousands of miles. You give up all those soldier guys to come and fight 6,000 guys? The Most High is getting under his skin. Okay? Now hold this. We go to 1 Corinthians chapter 1 and 27. 1 Corinthians 1 and 27.
All right. 1 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 27. But the Most High have chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise.
The Most High has chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. This is what the Most High has been doing from the beginning of time. It's listen, the foolish people are 6,000 soldiers that should be able to get easily wiped out with no problems, to confound the wisdom and the magnitude of the entire northern, the king of the north, which is the northern army that has the control of such a large jurisdiction. It's crazy that 6,000 guys would shake up Antiochus Epiphanes at that level. They're doing monumentous things in the spirit of the Most High in Christ.
Now, you did say, to contrast that, he had his Epiphanies means what? He's like God.
Like a God manifest.
He's like a God. He had the idea that he could walk across oceans and
conquer anything. That just means that he could sit back here and conquer the unconquered.
But look how he's being brought down psychologically, and this contrast life-wise.
Yes,
you're this guy with this super big name.
Yep,
I am God manifest.
And I was 1 or 2 days away from completely taking the king of the south and having jurisdiction over both realms.
Yeah,
something nobody has ever done before.
Ever.
And he was extremely rich, and we're going to read about that. Extremely rich, extremely powerful. And our ragtag band of 6,000 men, most of them who weren't warriors, are wiping out my army.
It's a complete contrast to what he says he is. That's messing with his mind.
Yes.
6,000 guys.
To where he got to sit back here and even debate about bringing all my armies to take out these 6,000 guys. And that's what the Most High is doing. He's letting the weak confound the wise.
Yes. The
small numbers to confound this entire massive army that should be easy, that should be able to wipe these guys out with no problems. Well, let's continue.
All right. It says, but the Most High had chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. And the Most High had chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty.
The Most High chooses the weak to confound the mighty. And this is what we're seeing in the story now. And this is what we're going to see at the end. That it is going to explain that. Read verse 28.
Verse 28. And base things of the world and things which are despised have the Most High chosen.
Listen, I can't even explain how many times I'm on Twitter. And when they want to sit back here and talk about a nation, they sit back here and have our people. They show clips of our people fighting at Walmart. It happens all the time. The women are obese. Then you have these YNs coming in here trying to. I'm sorry, I hit you on purpose. Trying to sit back here and sneak shots in the midst of these crazy women fighting, fake hair, fake nails. It's just embarrassing. And they said, "This is where our tax dollars are going. This is where our money is going for these welfare people."
It's the lower demographic of our people. They're unruly.
And the Most High is saying,
if we did the same thing to them and put that camera on the lower demographic of their people,
I know
them odds would even up.
They wouldn't like that
because they have a lower demographic also.
Yeah. There's some trailer park.
And we hyper focus on these guys marrying their sisters and cousins and brothers and living in the mountains, the Appalachian Mountains, and walking around with no shoes on and eating. Or just we hyper focus on the meth addiction they got going on, and hyper focus on how they're living and they're shaking in public like this. And if we hyper focus on that, then it'd be pretty easy.
Because when I'm looking at pictures of Philadelphia, it ain't just Jake out here on drugs.
It's not just Jake.
Esau's like this, like all cracked like this. They don't even move out like zombies out.
Yeah, it's bad. Those liberal cities out.
Yeah,
and
LA, Philly,
the Skid Row, and Seattle.
Yeah,
let's hyper focus on your on the lower demographic of your people. Yeah. If you want to be fair. Mm-hmm. Now I get what they're saying about us.
I'm only bringing that up to say that worldwide, we are the despised,
regardless
of the world. Listen, I was going through YouTube and I saw this Chinese guy or the Japanese guy. The Japanese guy said, "Don't come to Japan." And I was like, "Why do you say don't come to Japan?" And he's like, "All these Americans are sitting back here loud, playing music on the damn subways and they're jumping around."
To New York,
and I was like, "Come on, I know what they're talking about." He says, "Don't come if you're not going to respect our culture. If you're not going to sit back here and lock in like how we lock in and just appreciate the tourism." He says, "We don't want your couple $1,000. We don't want it. Don't come by."
I agree.
And why am I bringing this up? I'm only bringing this up to show that even worldwide, Israel is despised.
Mr. Miyagi doesn't like the Jew.
Listen, the world doesn't like how we carry ourselves.
Okay.
There was this Jake dude that was in like South Korea being disrespectful. He's sitting back here.
That guy is
he was sitting back here being loud and disrespectful, and the police came. And I'm like, why is this guy being a damn jackass? Somebody should kick his ass. And throw him in jail. Let him sit down in a South Korean jail for a few months. Yeah. Maybe he'll make adjustments. But how we're carrying ourselves, the world looks at us and they're despised by. They look at us worse than Ham in Africa.
Ham is bad.
And they look at us worse. But with that being the case, read verse 28.
1 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 28. And base things of the world and things which are despised have the Most High chosen.
The Most High has chosen those base things. And he uses those base things to shame and break and expose the individuals that are in power. Listen, don't forget, before Judas set up his rebellion, we were the most bases of the region. The Samaritans had no respect for us. We were the laughing stocks of the entire world because we lost our spiritual honor.
Yeah.
And we started getting ransacked and taken as slaves. And we completely fell. So we were the based and the despised of the region. So the based and despised of the region are now winning battles against significant armies.
Man, that makes sense.
Now Angel's like, what the hell is going on?
What the hell is this?
I'm vexed. I'm perplexed. All the X sounds, words. He got it. I gotta send. Do I gotta send all my army against these guys? What the hell's going on? This is what Antiochus is thinking and what he's going through. Let all that go in Corinthians, and let's go back to verse. No, not yet. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 2. Then we'll go back to 1 Maccabees 3.
Time. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, and verse 2. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear.
So it says, when the nations see the righteous stand back up, living honorably. Read on.
And shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation.
They're going to be amazed by the strangeness of their salvation. Because by the time we raise up and stop becoming those dry bones, because that's what we are now. There are small little pockets of Israel waking up. But when we all start to wake up more gradual, the world's going to look at us and be amazed by the strangeness of our salvation. Because most people understand salvation coming from military might,
financial strategy,
industrial and technological superiority, financial financial wizardry. That's how the other countries sustain their power. They're ahead technologically. They are ahead militarily. They are ahead militarily, technologically, and banking, financing. They have the money and the sources to continue to reinvest into their countries. This is how countries and people sustain power and leverage over everybody else. This is why the smaller countries stay broke, because they have access to bad loans. They have no military infrastructure. They have no access to technology that can keep them ahead of their competition. So when they see us, and they're going to see us rise up, they're going to be amazed about how we got power, how we reestablished ourselves above everyone else. And they're not going to believe how a bunch of ragtag blacks and Native Americans and Hispanics are able to establish power and empire simply based off of living the right way. Similarly to how Antiochus Epiphanes, how the hell are these Jews winning these battles when all they're doing is praying and singing Bible hymns, huh? And praising the Lord? These guys aren't even a professional army. That's the difference. How is that going to happen? The funny thing is, even when the Jews, back in the day when we left Egypt, what they don't tell you is, when we were about to fight the Canaanites, you know the Canaanites were a professional army, right? They had a professional military. Egypt had a professional military. We rarely had professional militaries. And the Most High just kept coming through for us. We were fighting the Philistines. The Philistines were a professional military. We weren't. We were a bunch of farmers and workers that had an axe in the backyard in case some crazy stuff had to happen.
They had chariots of iron. That was high quality technology at the time.
It was technology, and they were training. What I mean is a professional army. That means your job was to practice fighting.
That's your life.
Your job was to practice fighting, war techniques, war posturing. We didn't have that. We were militias. We were guys. We worked our job as farmers or whatever, and whatever jobs and blacksmith, whatever we did. And then when we had to come together and fight, we came together and fought.
Call the crew.
Call us. Listen, that's not going to work.
What up? Party's over. Call the rest.
Let's go and they're over there. They're over there. Let's go run at them.
Let's go mob these.
Come on, MOB. Come on, what is this?
That's MOB.
You think that's going to work out? It's not going to work out.
MOB.
That's not supposed to work.
That's not supposed to work in a real military.
That's my point. And that's going to be us now.
Yeah.
Because you would sit back and say, how the hell are we going to sit back here and get out of this if there's war start? We're a militia now too. If you got Israel to fight now, half of them going to be doing this. Fingers out, not knowing how to fight. You don't know how to fight, huh?
Not a real military.
Not no real military fighting.
You look at the Chechens, and you look at the...
That's my point.
They know exactly tactically what to do.
That's my point. That's what I'm trying to say, huh? They're training using knives, using long-distance guns, short-distance guns.
And they have counter...
Large tanks, armories.
They have counter approaches for whatever approach you have.
God, we don't have nothing. We're going to sit back here and have can-do attitude. And some Bible verses out. But what he's saying is, even with that, the Most High is going to sit back and obscure the powerful. And the world's going to be amazed how we get saved. How these odds turn to our favor. Just like Antiochus is amazed at how the odds are turning to Judas and this band of 6,000 men's favor. And he can't understand how this is going down this way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can get it from... Okay, let's go. So, let's continue.
All right. It says, when they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation.
God.
So far beyond all that they looked for.
Because it was going to be so far beyond their expectations. Okay? So, let that verse go. And let's go to verse 28.
First Maccabees, right?
Yes, First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 28.
First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 28. He opened also his treasury and gave his soldiers pay for a year.
So what he did is, okay, he gave all of his soldiers pay for a year to set up this large army to get ready for this expedition against Judas. This is his entire army. He fronted He fronted all the money for a year to pay these soldiers to get them set up to move forward. Okay, continue.
God says, commanding them to be ready whensoever he should need them.
So he's getting this army ready to go for when it's time for him to sit back here and use them. Read on.
Nevertheless, when he saw that the money of his treasures failed, and that the tributes in the country were small.
The funny thing is this. The title of the class is How the Most High Intercedes on Our Behalf and Judas' Spiritual Preparations for War. So think about what's going on. He's about to send his entire army to wipe out 6,000 Israelites, to squash this rebellion. As he's about to sit back here, he's paying all his guys a year's salary ahead of time. That means he's convinced, I'm gonna go and make this war happen regardless of how long it's going to take. I am invested. We're gonna finish this war come hell or high water with all of my men. We're gonna wipe out these guys, and I don't care how long it takes. Then he sits back here, and for some reason, he wasn't aware of his treasuries. He wasn't aware of his financial standing. Because what you're going to read in a little bit, his country, and he at one time had large arrears of money and financing to boot. He had a lot of money in his accounts. He had a lot of gold and silver on standby to use at his disposal. Now, after he pays his army a large amount of money for the whole year, he looks back in his treasuries, and their money is low now. Now his money ain't tight. Read on. Read verse 28 again. Verse 29 again.
Verse 29. Nevertheless, when he saw that the money of his treasures failed.
The money of the treasures failed. There wasn't enough to keep this war going. So him giving his men this 1 year advance, he didn't have enough to continue financing the war and other affairs amongst his empire. Read on.
And that the tributes in the country were small.
He said the tributes in the country were small. All he's saying is the taxes and the monies that he normally got from his subjects, whether it was in Philistia, whether it was in Syria, Samaria, Tyre and Zidon, all the way down to Babylon and Persian Mede and Parthia. He said all of the treasuries and the money and the tributes started becoming short all of a sudden. Nobody had money now. Nobody had money to give to him. Out of nowhere. So it was almost like the Most High knew Judas was doing his thing, and while Judas was starting to fight his battles, the Most High was having Antiochus' money being dwindled at the same time. This side of Most High works on our favor without us knowing. He purposely, Judas didn't know that Antiochus' money was low. He had to live off of faith and trust that by doing the right things, the Most High would honor them. But as he's making these faithful decisions, the Most High in the background is sitting back here and closing up all the money reserves and tightening up access to Antiochus' finances for this reason. So let's continue.
It says, and that the tributes in the country were small because of the dissension.
No, he says because of dissension. And don't forget when you read about Antiochus Epiphanes, what was the thing he kept doing to people? He kept setting up bribes. He kept sitting back here and playing one leader against another. So with all the playing of one leader against another, he was creating dissension in these empires.
Yeah.
Remember how he did us? He sat back and put one person in the leadership position, and a year later he put another person over, and it created a civil war.
Yep.
he was doing this policy all around his empire. And consequently, all that dissension led to civil war. Civil war is bad for what? Business. It's bad for money. It's bad for tributes. It's bad. It's a bad way to keep your army and your empire maintained.
So he had bad policies in general.
So his bad policies are starting to catch up to him financially. So all throughout his empire, don't forget, at the same time, Rome is growing stronger and stronger. The king of the south is already vanquished. They're a vassal of Rome.
Yeah.
The king of the north is getting weaker because of his bad practices have now weakened all of these jurisdictions. The money hasn't been coming through. The tributes have been thin. And the tax, and he says the crops were, he said, no, it's not the crops, he said plague. So read this, because of dissension and plague. So the plague was going on in these cities, in these different countries. Now don't forget, why does plague happen a lot? Does anybody know why plague happens? Historically, plagues happen because the people aren't fed. I've been listening to, reading a lot of books about how these sicknesses happen. A lot of times sickness happens because people aren't fed. The conditions of the city are not sanitary. Yeah, so there's a lack of sanitary issues. But before the sanitary scenarios, the people aren't fed. So obviously in the midst of these wars, these cities and these areas, people aren't eating. People aren't being able to sustain themselves. Then sickness comes in. When sickness comes in, then the sickness spreads and it becomes plague. Now there's sickness all around his empire. When the plague comes, then death toll gets high. Death toll gets high. Now you have less people to give tribute to you. That means the city is in economic collapse because there's not enough food to go around. People are dying. Tributes are low. He's collapsing the empires that are all under Antiochus right after he reached his peak financially. Mosai starts eroding him simultaneously while Judas is rising. And this is how the Mosai works for us on our behalf. Hell, this, you ever seen like, I think in May or March, it's like Russian Independence Day? And bro, it's packed. There's like hordes and thousands of military that walk through the Red Square, and it's packed, and the president's there, and all the officials, and their patriotism is extremely high. You can do the same. You see the same thing in North Korea. You can see the same thing in China. Patriotism's at an all-time high. But now you sit back here, maybe like last month in June or in May, Trump had one. He had like an America Day in Washington, D.C. There was nobody there. The military wasn't even there. There was no order. There was no rhythm to their marching. It just looked like this country and the patriotism is diminishing year by year by year. You could just start seeing the diminishment on one end, and on the other end, these other countries are getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And you'll look up, and before you know it, this place is going to fall. Just like Antiochus is falling right now. All of his jurisdictions are being weakened through turmoil, through civil war, through plague, through sickness, through lack of food. The people can't sustain themselves. If they can't eat, then they get sick. If they don't have money for food, they don't have money for tribute. Then they can't go to work. Then they can't produce those fields. They can't work in those fields.
They get punished for not tributing.
And then the uprisings kick in. They're getting punished, but they're dying and they're sick. How much production can you get from these people when they can't go to work? There are these internal issues that are happening while he just thinks he has this access of money and resource to lean on, and it's not there now. Let's continue.
It says, nevertheless, when he saw that the money of his treasures failed, and that the tributes in the country were small, because of the dissension and plague, which he had brought upon the land in taking away the laws which had been of old time.
So what he's saying is, plague was starting to happen to all these places where he was changing their policies, their spiritual policies, their legislative policies. Plagues were starting to happen in all those places that he was trying to force everybody to live Greek. Not just our land. The whole, remember, he was having the entire world.
That's the bigger picture.
Follow Greek. He was having his entire regions, all of his realms had to go Greek. So the Most High was cursing all of those lands that he was changing their policies.
So the Most High was at war with this guy.
Khan, read that part again.
God. It says, nevertheless, when he saw that the money of his treasures failed, and that the tributes in the country were small, because of the dissension and plague which he had brought upon the land, and taking away the laws which had been of old time.
So listen, because of the moves he was making of changing our laws and changing all these policies, the Most High was slowly eroding him from the inside. Okay, let's continue. No, before we go there, hold that and go to Job chapter 4, verse 8.
Job chapter 4 and verse 8.
Read that, sir.
Job chapter 4 and verse 8. Even as I have seen, they that plow iniquity and sow wickedness reap the same.
Exactly. Listen, this guy sat back. Antiochus was plowing iniquity and sowing wickedness. He's going to get the same. He's getting it right now. You know what's crazy? All the Most High was waiting for is for somebody to stand up for what was right and to galvanize Israel. And once Mattathias stepped up, then everything started changing. And the Most High did it quickly. This is how we know when the Most High is on our side. He just wants Israel to stand up for what's right and have spiritual principles. The Most High will do everything else. He'll erode the warring kingdom from within. If y'all can't see that there's wars and fighting and attacking from within in this country, y'all, I don't understand. Because you got Trump is threatening to kick out Elon Musk out of the country. Right? When 2-3 months ago they were best of friends. They were cool as hell.
He's becoming an adversary.
He's becoming an adversary, just like this.
Never on again, off again, on again, off again scenario, bro. And that guy Musk, I don't care what anybody says, he's a very dangerous man, bro.
Yeah.
He's a very dangerous man. He thinks in ways and levels that people don't really understand, bro.
I'm gonna say this, yes and no.
But he's dangerous.
He's dangerous, but I'm not gonna act like he's this super genius side.
Listen,
because you sit back, I ain't gonna lie to you. If you look at a lot of the things they said he created, really didn't create.
I'm not saying credit.
He stole a lot of the things he took credit for. All that Tesla stuff.
Of course, he leverages thinking tanks. But I'm saying he leverages thinking power. But he's extremely successful in his endeavors.
Somebody's funding him. Somebody's funding him. He is being funded. God. But anyway, all I'm saying is the Most High takes care of all of the details and how he breaks down a country or breaks down a civilization. He works on the details. He just needs us to have faith, stand up for what's right, and make decisions based upon the well-being and welfare of the body. If we maintain that, he backs us. So, jump real quick to Galatians chapter 6. It's in the same vein as Job 4 and 8. Where do you think Paul got it Galatians 6 from? Job 4. It's the same thing. Read Galatians 6 and 7 and 8.
Galatians chapter 6 and verse 7. Be not deceived. The Most High is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap.
Con. And once again, he got that literally from Job. You reap what you sow. Antiochus is going to reap what he sows. He has sowed dissension. He has sowed this. He he has sowed dissension and plague to different cities. Now that dissension and plague is coming back on him. Okay? Let those two verses go, and let's jump back to verse 30 in 1 Maccabees 3 and 30.
1 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 30. He feared that he should not be able to bear the charges any longer, nor to have such gifts to give so liberally as he did before.
So now he's like, I can't live at the rate I used to live. Because I can't bear the charges I used to have now. I can't sit back and pay for military. I can't live on the expenses I've normally lived off of. I'm on a budget all of a sudden. Now I'm on a budget. Read it from the top again, verse 30.
Verse 30. He feared that he should not be able to bear the charges any longer, nor to have such gifts to give so liberally as he did before.
Now I can't do bribes anymore. I can't use the bribe game that I used to leverage my kingdom now. He leveraged a lot of his power from gifts and bribery. He said, now I can't sit back and do that anymore. Most I sat back here and turned it upside down on him. All of his tools to manipulate, he's taking them out of his hand. Read on.
For he had abounded above the kings that were before him.
Listen, he was extremely successful. He was extremely successful earlier. He just a little while ago, he was rich beyond measure. Now he's broke. His money ain't right. All of his kingdoms are broke or going through turmoil, and they can't pay him. Simultaneously, and it just so happened that these things are happening as he was going to send his entire army to wipe out Judas and the 6,000. If that's not the Most High, I don't know what it is. Read verse 31.
Verse 31. Wherefore, being greatly perplexed in his mind, he determined...
Matter of fact, real quick, let me sit back and see something. Hold this. Go to Luke 14. Read verse 30 again.
38?
Yeah.
Oh, you want verse 30, sir, right?
I want 30. And Thawam, you read this one real quick. And Luke.
Con. 1 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 30. He feared that he should not be able to bear the charges any longer.
So now he's sitting back here like he doesn't. He knows he can't bear the charges for this military any longer.
Yeah.
He's like, man, how am I going to sit back here and keep paying my military? Listen, for a guy like Antiochus or most of these Edomite kings, your kingdom is only good as your capability to feed and pay them, pay your army. That was Rome. Rome was only going to last as long as you could pay the army. When Rome fell at around 476 AD, that was around the same time when they couldn't keep paying for the extended military services. So they were extended so far out and they couldn't pay the military. It was bound to fall. They couldn't take care of them. They always say that the military is built off of the bellies of the army. You got to feed them. You got to take care of them, or you'll lose your army. So he's like, I'm about to lose this empire because I can't pay for him. Now with that, go to Luke 14 and verse 28 through 32.
Okay. Luke chapter 14 and verse 28. For which of you, intending to build a tower, sitteth not down first and counteth the cost, whether he have sufficient to finish it?
So this is what Antiochus is asking himself. Like, man, I don't have enough to finish this damn war. What if things go crazy and I'm stuck out there and I can't pay? They gonna all walk off and leave after a year.
Wow.
All Judas got to do was just hide for a year, and I'm gonna lose, and I'll lose my entire jurisdiction. This is what Antiochus is thinking. I have more going out than I have coming in. What am I gonna do? Mm-hmm. This is where the perplexity and the stress and the anxiety starts kicking in. What do I got to do to get myself financially strong enough to continue this war, to continue the push and the passion that I got.
Wasn't that the collapse of the Roman Empire?
That's the collapse of many empires. Well, let's keep going.
Verse 29. Lest happily, after he had laid the foundation and is not able to finish it, all that behold it begin to mock him.
And you know Antiochus can't take getting mocked at. There's no way he's going to take going into an expedition by himself against Israel, and then it don't work out, and he don't have enough money to finish it, then he gonna be the laughing stock of all the nations. What do you think the Romans are going to do? They're going to come right down there and get him. You're going to be weak towards these 6,000 Jews? Let's send the Romans down here to finish these guys off. So he's got to be very careful how he deals and attacks Judas and these men. Read on.
Saying, this man began to build and was not able to finish. Or what king, going to make war against another king, sitteth not down first, and counteth whether he be able with 10,000 to meet him that cometh against him with 20,000.
And that's the point. And that's the question. If you don't count the cost, you got to make sure you have enough to finish this expedition. You can't start any endeavor, whether it's a war, whether it's a job, whether it's having children, having a family. You got to count the cost and say, do I have enough in the tank to finish this road that I'm about to set my life on? Read on.
Or else, while the other is yet a great way off, he sendeth an embassage, and desireth conditions of peace.
And who wants to sit back here, start a war, and midway through the war say, I don't have enough, let's sit back here and talk about stopping the war. Nobody's going to do that. So this is where Antiochus' mind is at, and he's kind of in a pickle, and he's stressed out about how am I going to sit back here and accomplish what I want when I know I don't have enough to finish what I'm trying to accomplish. Continue. Now that was all right. Let that verse go. Let's go back to First Maccabees now, chapter 3, and verse 30, and then 31.
Okay. First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 30. He feared that he should not be able to bear the charges any longer, nor to have such gifts to be so liberally as he did before. For he had abounded above the kings that were before him. Wherefore, being greatly perplexed in his mind, he determined to go into Persia, there to take the tributes of the countries, and to gather much money.
This is crazy. Now, first of all, he says he is perplexed. Now, we're going to go into that definition in a second. But you can tell he's perplexed. He says, I'm going to go to Persia and fight these Persians so I can get enough money to fight 6,000 Jews. That doesn't make sense. I'm going to go to war with these Persians. These guys, listen. Here we go with that water signal. Well, listen. Let's say it again. Can you mute it? Is there a mute button on that?
I tried, bro.
Okay.
I tried, bro.
Okay. It's all good. Don't worry about it. But I want to make sure he's how perplexed and how off balance and center Antiochus is. He's like, I want to kill 6,000 Jews. In order for me to kill 6,000 Jews, I'm going to go to Persia, which is thousands of miles eastward, and go to war with them, an entire nation of people. I'm going to fight an entire nation of people to gather enough bread to kill 6,000 people. And then the scary part about it is the same place he's going to fight these Persians to get more money. They're really Parthians. Well, it's the same place his daddy went to fight to get more money to pay the Romans off, and he died there.
Oh my God.
So you want to go back to the scene of the crime where your daddy died? He went there to get money to pay the war indemnities by the Romans. You go to the same place just to get money to fight 6,000 Jews? He ain't thinking right. But this is the Most High in charge of perplexing his mind and clouding his judgment and clouding how this on a military level. There's got to be a smarter way to break these Jews. Then to go through all of these extremes. Does that make sense? This is all the Most High is doing. Hold this and go to 2 Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 11 through 17. This goes back into Antiochus III, Epiphanes' father, and his foolish decision to go to Parthia and fight these people, these Persians, and how bad it went for him.
2 Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 11. Insomuch as the Most High hath delivered us from great perils, we thank him highly, as having been in battle against a king. For he cast them out that fought within the holy city.
So he says the Most High casted out this king, Antiochus III, that fought within the holy city. Because in the midst of Antiochus III, which is the king in the north, fighting the king in the south, he ended up fighting wars around Jerusalem, and a lot of our people died, some of us fighting from the king in the south, some of us fighting for the king in the north. So his greed and his power ended up causing a lot of our people to die in war. So in consequence, the Most High has to punish this guy Antiochus III for endangering and bringing so much harm to our nation, just indirectly through his striving for wars against another Edomite kingdom that ran the Egyptian empire. Let's continue.
Verse 13. For when the leader was coming to Persia, and the army with him that seemed invincible.
Listen, Antiochus III, his army seemed invincible. He went to Persia to collect more money because he had to pay Roman debt. Read on.
They were slain in the temple of Nanea by the deceit of Nanea's priests. For Antiochus, as though he would marry her, came into the place.
So listen, Antiochus is wheeling and dealing, bro. He's like, I gotta marry this cross-eyed woman out, the nanniest priest. I'm joking on that. You just get my point. It's a political marriage. If I gotta marry this woman to sit back here and get access to this bread,
how about that?
It's for money and paying these Roman boys off. He had to run through the spot just to get his stacks up.
Yeah.
He had to go up into Persian land to get his stacks up. Now, the priest of this Persian land said, if you marry my daughter, we can join in and we can share the wealth. But he was playing him and was using him to lure him into this temple and kill him. Read on.
God says, for Antiochus, as though he would marry her, came into the place, and his friends that were with him, to receive money in name of a dowry.
God.
Which, when the priest...
So he came here to get dowry money and to get all the gold he needed to get out of debt. Read on.
And when he was entered with a small company into the compass of the temple, they shut the temple as soon as Antiochus was come in. And opening a privy door of the roof, they threw stones like thunderbolts and stroked down the captain, healed them in pieces, smote off their heads, and cast up to those that were without. Blessed be our power in all things, who had delivered up the ungodly.
Listen, Antiochus Epiphanes knew that his dad died out there, and that going that far out was a bad omen. Even Alexander died out there. Going far out there in Parthia, got too far out. His men were tired of fighting. He kept pushing, and he died of sickness out there. That's a dead zone. And now Antiochus, in his perplexed, discombobulated thoughts, the Most High got him going that far also, eventually to his death. And we'll read about that in a bit. But he goes out there to stack his money up, just so he can sit back here and have enough money to pay his soldiers in an elongated war against these Jews. And the funny thing is this, what you're going to read is he sends half of his men out there to fight. So now his numbers dwindle. Half his warriors go with him to the east, and the other half stays in the jurisdiction to fight the Jews. So this is crazy. But he is tweaking, Troy, but the Most High got him tweaking. The Most High got his head twisted. This is how the Most High works for us behind the scenes. and he takes care of us because of our faith and humility. That's what it's all about. So,
Scripture.
yeah.
And our innocence.
We took our time to explain the innocency. Our pure intentions, our purity of no sin and pure intentions. Y'all should go back to that if y'all haven't heard. The beginning part really was important. What you gonna say?
Proverbs 21:1.
Where?
Proverbs 21 and verse 1.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's in the class.
Okay.
That's in the class. Hold off on that. That's in the class. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon. Chapter 12, verse 1 and 2. Then we're going to bounce a little bit.
God. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 12, verse 1.
This is important to explain also because it gives another example about as long as we stay faithful, whatever obstacle that's in our way, the Most High starts to soften him up. So by the time we get there, the battle's already over. As long as we're faithful. So Wisdom of Solomon chapter 12, verse 1.
God. For thine incorruptible spirit is in all things.
He says the Most High's incorruptible spirit works and works through in all things. So as he's working with us and building up our faith, he's also operating on that opposite end and working on the minds of the antagonist. Mm-hmm. If we're the protagonist and there's an antagonist, the Most High is in control of both sides. The party that's trying to do right and the obstacle that is presented in front of your way. So read on.
Verse 2. Therefore, chasteneth thou them by little and little that offend.
He says so that the antagonist, the Most High is chastening the antagonist little by little that offend, especially the ones that are offending the little ones. What he's showing is how fair the Most High is. Even though he knows that the antagonist is wicked, the antagonist's intention is evil, he even gives the antagonist time to make the change. So he stings the antagonist little by little, before he lays the hammer on them. While he's attacking and stinging the antagonist little by little, he is developing and testing the protagonist little by little. Because in order for the protagonist to gain the victory, we have to succeed and win those little battles to justify further progress. And you got to get out of here too. So while the protagonist has to go through his afflictions and his fighting and fighting himself, the antagonist is getting checked little by little and being reminded, why are you doing this? Stop the path you're going. Stop the path you're going. And the protagonist, keep fighting. Stay faithful. Don't let these things affect you. Stay in order. Stay in order. Stay in order. You need to stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. This is how the Most High works, both sides. So the Most High is working on Antiochus Epiphanes, like messing his head up and is letting him see through advisors and other people, hey, you need to go a different direction. What are you doing? This might not be the right move. You need to sit back and let these guys, let's get these guys their land back. You telling me his advisors don't tell him these things? He's giving advice. He doesn't want to hear it.
You're wasting more money.
This isn't prudent.
You would save more money if you let them have the land. They don't even want it.
Or if you really got to have Parthia, bring your 100,000 to Parthia. Bring all your men to Parthia. If it's really about getting your money, don't split your forces. That don't make no sense. Anyway, point is, the Most High is working on both sides. And he's chastising the negative one little by little and challenging the righteous little by little. Read on. Verse 2 again. That one. Wisdom of Solomon. Yes.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 12, and verse 2. Therefore, chasteneth thou them by little and little that offend, and warnest them by putting them in remembrance wherein they have offended.
And he says he warns them by putting them in remembrance wherein they have offended. So Antiochus can't act like the things he's doing and all the chaos happening in his city and all the chaos happening in his empire is not because of his wicked doing. He says the Most High shows the antagonist and a negative person why he ain't with them. In the midst of the decline, in the midst of the fall, the negative person is reminded why they're falling. Just like in the midst of our battle, we're reminded why to stay strong and why to push forward. Now, whether we hold on to that is up to us. Read on.
That leaving their wickedness, they may believe on thee, O Lord.
So this chapter, just so we know, is dealing with when the Most High was dealing with the Canaanites. The Most High was correcting the Canaanites about their idolatry and their wickedness, while simultaneously delivering us from Egypt. This is how the Most High develops the nation. The Jews are going through all the plagues, and in Goshen they're safe, and the Most High is teaching them faith and teaching them that the Most High is with them, while simultaneously correcting the Canaanites for their wicked doing, their idolatry, their killing of children. He's stinging them on this side while building up the Jews' faith on the other. Okay, read on.
Verse 3. For it was thy will to destroy by the hands of our fathers both those old inhabitants of thy holy land.
It was the Most High's will to destroy the Canaanites, the old inhabitants of the holy land. Read on.
Whom thou hatest for doing more odious works of witchcrafts and wicked sacrifices.
So the Most High was like, okay, I hate that these Canaanites are sacrificing wicked things. They're operating like they're child murderers. They're into witchcraft. They're into cannibalism. They're into all type of wickedness the Canaanites were. And he says, I hate how they're rolling. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to raise up Israel out of Egypt to take their rightful place. But the Most High is like, I can't just sit back here and just replace them just because I don't like Canaan. I am going to replace them because the Canaanites were wicked and deserved the fall. That's how the Most High thinks. Because he's like, the Most High is not unfair. He can't just take the Canaanites from the land because he wants to. He did it justifiably. And he also gave the Canaanites an opportunity to change, and they refused. Well, let's continue. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, man. I'm going to try right here. Don't worry.
Keep going.
And also those merciless murderers of children.
They were, once again, these Canaanites killed children. They were into child sacrifice. Read on.
And devourers of man's flesh.
And they were cannibals. He said these Canaanites were cannibals, and these Canaanites were child murderers. Read on.
And the feasts of blood.
And they would drink blood. He said this is what these Canaanites were doing, and the Most High was like, I'm getting these guys off this land. Now, because they're not changing and listening, now I'm justified to bring my children and inhabit this place and do things the right way. Now it makes sense to understand what the Most High says, I want all those Canaanites killed. People will say, why? If God was a true God, why would he sit back here and allow these people? Why would he allow the Jews to kill all the Canaanites? Because these Canaanites were killing children. They were drinking blood and eating people.
That was the evil culture they had, because people will say, people that are biblically not initiated in the scriptures are like, oh man, y'all, why would I serve a God that kills people and kills nations and he eradicates nations for his special people? That is like the kind of God I want to serve.
I know.
We hear those conversations, and that's a common sentiment amongst people that are unstudied and unlearned biblically.
Mm-hmm.
So you're reading that, you're like, listen, bro, it doesn't make sense to have cannibals, child murderers, and blood drinkers. They don't deserve this land.
God.
And the Most High did it the perfect way. I wanted to add the conversation that the Most High also considered the environment. If you look at Exodus 23 and 29, I'll just read myself. It says, Exodus 23:29 says, I will not drive them out from before thee in 1 year.
Yeah.
Lest the land become desolate and the beasts of the field multiply against thee.
So he's like, what he's saying is, I'm gonna make sure all the crops are intact, all of the basic sustenance of sustaining the structures are going to be intact. So it's not going to be like I Am Legend. Like New York was this wasteland, and everything with the
And
grass
deer
was all
everywhere.
grown, and deer lions were killing deer.
Right.
He says, I'm not going to have the land of Canaan like it's I Am Legend. I'm going to have it ready-made and sustained and get these guys out at a seamless time.
Because then we gotta go to war, and then once the nation's out of the way, then you look up, you gotta fight lions, you gotta fight boars, you gotta sit here and do all these animals everywhere. It's hell world.
And that's what the Mosiah is trying to
He's
say.
perfect.
And he wanted them wiped out because he knew their influence.
Yes.
How he didn't want our people to start doing what? Killing children,
Yep.
drinking blood, eating human flesh. And you know what? That's what we end up doing. Because we let them stay with us.
Yeah.
Right or wrong.
Yeah.
We didn't kill all the Canaanites. And what we started doing is marrying their women. And their men, marrying our women, our daughters. So what do you think we were doing?
Adopting and
And this one I'm going to say, I want them all wiped out, and we didn't listen. So, let's keep going. In chapter 12,
Verse 6. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 12 and verse 6. With their priests out of the midst of the idolatrous crew, and the parents that killed with their own hands souls destitute of help.
He's like, the Most High has got to sit back here and smash these people. Because the parents were in on it, the priests were in on it. This was a societal thing.
Yeah.
So the Most High said, okay, they're wicked, they deserve death, but I'm got to be fair with them and correct them. What did it say? How did it say? He said it corrected them little by little. I'm
What does
going to
that
correct them
mean?
little by, listen, a little catastrophe here, a bad omen here, another bad omen here, another catastrophe here, murder hornets here. There's a bunch of different things that start to happen.
Like he does us.
Mm-hmm.
He gives us little warnings.
Yeah.
Before
We'll
he steps
get you
on
a smaller one than that, man. It's a little too big. We'll get you a smaller one. That's too big. That's like a triple X, I think, man.
What, do we have a small one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Yeah, we'll get you another one. It's down there.
Okay. I didn't see
This
it.
one good?
That's that's too big.
We'll get the same
That's like a
one.
triple X. That's
Yeah.
like a big guy shirt, man. That's not going to work for you.
Yeah, it's like I thought we had. That's the only time we had.
We have another one, bro. I promise you.
All right.
But let's continue.
Verse 7. That the land which thou esteemest above all other might receive a worthy colony of the Most High's
So
children.
the Most High said, "Listen, man. I want this land to have a worthy colony of people that can match the caliber of land that these people are on." Read on.
Nevertheless, even those thou sparest as men, and didst send wasps.
He said he spared a lot of them, but he sent murder hornets. Literally in Exodus, in the Numbers, he sent hornets to kill a lot of these people. And the hornets were like a bad omen for the Canaanites, knowing that bad times were about to come. This is why when we fought the Canaanites, as soon as we attacked them, they were running. The Most High, listen, remember the reason that we didn't initially fight the Canaanites was because they were too big, right? But what we didn't know was that they were so afraid, and they had so many bad omens that hit them in their life. It didn't matter how big they were; they were ready to be toppled over as soon as we ran at them, because they were already afraid. This is the point. The Most High breaks the confidence of your opponent. As long as you stay right and stay in your lane, he will work on your opponent. And he will make whatever's happening, he'll bring the odds back even if you trust him. And that's the truth. Let's continue.
And didst send wasps, forerunners of thine host, to destroy them by little and little.
These little wasps were sitting back here killing giants. It's still another omen about this smaller group of people going to come here and wipe you out. Just like these small wasps, these small hornets are going to kill you. You think about how much poison was in these hornets to kill giants.
Look, they were being swarmed out.
I know.
for men to die
Yeah.
from those kind of things, they were being swarmed by poisonous. It was a plague.
Kinda.
There's movies like that where they have this. Everywhere you go, I'll give you a better example. It's like in San Antonio or across the nation where they had these locusts everywhere. Remember everywhere you went,
Yeah.
was just locusts out. You couldn't get rid of them.
Yeah.
You might not remember that time period. You used to go on YouTube.
I remember.
They were in school campuses. They were all in Vegas. Everywhere you go, you're stepping on crickets and locusts. It had to be the same exact way with those murder hornets. Everywhere you go, you're getting stung. You can't stop. You can't cover yourself up
Gone.
because they're everywhere.
Gone, bro. And this was happening. So, let's keep going. Wisdom Psalm 12.
Verse 9. Not that thou was unable to bring the ungodly under the hand of the righteous in battle, or to destroy them at once with cruel beasts, or with one rough word.
Listen, the Most High can sit back here and use a varying approach of ways to destroy this nation. But he didn't want to do it that way. Read on.
But executing thy judgments upon them by little and little, thou gavest them place of repentance.
But but once again, he says, by the Most High, stinging the Canaanites, little by little, it gave Israel a chance to change and repent and come back to him. If this is not how the Most High deals with us, we don't even get it. Because the Most High deals with us the same way. He stings us little by little to give us a chance to repent and get right with him. We don't look at that. We sit back here. Whenever the Most High stings us, we look at it as supernatural help. And this is so unfair. Why am I going through so many things? But the Most High is like, for the negative you've been doing, this is a little sting. And this little sting is here in hopes that you'll curve your life and get closer to me. What we do is we keep sinning, we keep going off, and we keep getting stung little by little, little by little, little by little, and all of a sudden he just smashes us. But that's how he deals with us. And if we learn how to do that, we can be potent. Learn how to understand how the Most High thinks, we'll see these little corrections and make the adjustments necessary to please him. Just what the Canaanites didn't see. The Canaanites didn't see that these little stings were coming, and it was the Most High trying to get them to change. They didn't accept it. Just like Israel, when we were getting stung in our kingdom, we weren't seeing the change, and we had to fall completely. Once again, these type of classes are historical, but it's also there to get us to understand how the Most High thinks and how he deals with us in our entire life. So we have a better grasp of how hard he is and how much love he has at the same time. Let's continue.
Not being ignorant that they were a naughty generation, and that their malice was bred in them, and that their cogitation would never be changed.
He's like, he knew that negative and evil was inside of them and it was never going nowhere. Mm-hmm. But he still had enough mercy and love to give them a chance to repent. Just like us. He knows the negative inside of us, but he has to give us a chance to repent and not just slam us. He has to allow us to run our course. So that when everything is said and done, we can't say the Most High is not what? Because that's what we're always saying. The Most High is not. Look at all the things I've went through. Look at all the hell I've caught. Look at all the sadness I've gone through. This is why I sold drugs.
Look at my life.
Come on, man. This is why I sat back and was a pimp. Like, damn, man, he was a pimp because you actually caught some hell out. So you want to destroy your people's lives? Because your life was messed up?
Well, the name of the game is play or be played.
Use or be used.
Use or be used.
That's a person.
Somebody has to suffer.
Somebody tells the inner truth.
Somebody has to win. Somebody has to lose. I'm like, whoa, what is this about?
That's
the truth, my brother.
That was in the truth. I'm like, what kind of craziness is that? But that's what's happening. Let's continue.
Verse 11. For it was a cursed seed from the beginning. Mm-hmm. Neither didst thou, for fear of any man, give them pardon for those things wherein they sinned.
So he says he knew the wickedness was in them, but he still wasn't going to give them pardon for the wickedness that they did. Read on.
For who shall say, what hast thou done? Or who shall withstand thy judgment? Or who shall accuse thee for the nations that perish,
Mm-hmm.
whom thou hast made? Or who shall come to stand against thee, to be revenged for the unrighteous men? For neither is there any power but thou, that careth for all, to whom thou mightest show that thy judgment is not unright.
Con, what verse we at?
Verse 14 now.
Con.
That was 13.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 14.
So once again, the Most High has an obligation not just to us, but to the world, to show that His judgment is fair, and that He is biased, but He's not fair. But he's fair. He's biased towards Israel, but He gives everybody, even in the world, a chance to make changes and adjustments. Read on.
Verse 14. Neither shall king or tyrant be able to set his face against thee for any of whom thou hast punished. For as much then as thou art righteous thyself, thou orderest all things righteously, thinking it not agreeable with thy power to condemn him that had not deserved to be punished.
This is even what the nations are. He's not going to condemn anybody that doesn't deserve to be condemned. And He gives everybody a fair shake to change and repent. Read on.
For thy power is the beginning of righteousness, and because thou art the Lord of all, it maketh thee to be gracious unto all. For when men will not believe that thou art of full power, thou showest thy strength, and amongst them that knew it thou makest their boldness manifest.
So we're going to let that verse go. And let's go back to 1 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 31. Let's go to 30 again. Let's go 30. Let's do 31. I'm sorry. Let's do 31. Let's read 31 again. I'm sorry.
1 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 31. Wherefore, being greatly perplexed in his mind, he determined to go into Persia, there to take the tribute of the countries, and to gather much money.
So once again, I went to Wisdom of Solomon 12 to show how the Most High is behind the scene this entire time. He is extending out. Antiochus Epiphanes far away. He's splitting the army in half. Antiochus Epiphanes' mind is somewhere else. He's disconnected. He's perplexed. And the Most High, little by little, is correcting Antiochus before He wipes him off the map. Because even he knows Antiochus is wicked as hell. He's like, even in his wickedness, I'm not going to sit. I'm going to give him a fair chance to repent. I'm going to give him a fair opportunity to make adjustments, regardless. The Most High is fair on all levels. So, let's get into this perplexed word. So it says Antiochus Epiphanes, being greatly perplexed in the mind. Perplex means entangled, to make complicated and become unraveled. Meaning whatever simple answer was there, the Most High put a spirit of perplexity in his mind and made the simple answer not simple. It made it complicated. All of a sudden he made a simple decision like three-dimensional chess.
Yeah, why is
it's like, why are you making this shit so hard?
Well, I gotta go over here first, and I get the money for it.
And fight a greater army. I gotta fight an army of more than 6,000 men. A professional army of Persians to get more money to fight 6,000 band of wood livers, mountain livers. That don't even make sense. His mind is all twisted up. Mosiah shook him up. Okay? And also another definition of perplex is embarrassed, to tease with anxiety and vexed. So the perplexity is coming from his embarrassment. Listen, for those of y'all who know, can you really make good decisions when you're angry, frustrated, emotional, embarrassed?
Under the influence.
Listen, when you got all these emotions rolling through your head, you can't make clear decisions. He's already embarrassed that Antiochus won 2 significant battles. 3. He won 3 significant battles already. So he's already looking bad that he's winning these battles. Now with all that he's winning, he's stressed out He's already, in his mind, he thinks everybody's smiling at him.
Go to the room.
Yeah, he's like, sir, release. Well, they're like, when they're like mocking him. In his mind, he thinks everybody's mocking him. I can clown him.
Cause remember when
you can't beat the Jews.
Dudes, bro.
I thought you was gonna sit back and be the master of it.
Aren't you the God manifest?
Kinda. So he's in his mind thinking all crazy.
Yeah.
He's making bad choices and he's making emotional decisions. So now that's where that perplexity is coming from. Okay? Okay. Hold that and go to Psalms chapter 129 and verse 5. Psalms 129 and verse 5.
Psalms 129 and verse 5.
Let me get it real quick. Psalms 129 and verse 5. Yeah, read that, sir.
Psalms 129 and verse 5. Let them all be confounded and turn back that hate Zion.
He says, everyone that hates Zion, let them be confounded. Let's look up confound. Confound is to cause surprise and confusion in someone by acting against their expectations. So the Most High is like, let every kingdom and nation and person be confounded when they have an issue, when they have ill will and hatred towards Israel. So the Most High is confounding Antiochus Epiphanes' mind. He's confounding his thoughts. He's got his mind all twisted. He's disconnected from mental clarity. So the Most High is like, he's saying let him be confounded or be perplexed. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
Create confusion, create doubt, create emotional insecurity. Allow our enemies to be mentally unstable because they have an issue with Zion. To make their decision making harder. To make their decision making out the spirit. I've seen that. Listen, I've seen it. When a person's out the spirit, it means the camp harm. Their thoughts are all discombobulated.
Yeah,
most of this takes their clarity and their peace of mind from them, and they start making worse decisions.
Yeah,
that's the Most High sitting back here looking after you. He looks after us by sitting back here and messing up other people's minds who mean us harm. And this is part of that process of having faith. You got to have faith that if you do your job and you're innocent in intentions and work ethic, that He will defend you and protect you and confound your enemies and create perplexity in your enemy's mind.
But though you can't see it at the moment.
That's the point.
Only hindsight.
You're not going to see it. The only sight you have is the faith and trust. And He's going to work this out and look after you. But these type of stories are important because you got to learn through scriptures and studying it and acceptance that He's working behind the scenes in your favor if you're living the right way, and if your intentions and your pursuit is the right way. Now, if your intentions ain't pure, all bets are off. I don't know what to tell you. You're probably going to clear their mind even more. Sit back here and sting you. But if your intentions are right, and you're doing it for the right reasons, He's going to confound the enemy of your spiritual cause. Yeah. And there's faith in that, and there's faith to hold on to that concept that we all have to hold on in our life during difficult times. Let that go and go to Psalm 71 and 24.
Psalm 71 and verse 24. My tongue also...
One second, just gotta, doing a couple things here. 71 and 24. Read that.
Psalm 71 and verse 24. My tongue also shall talk of thy righteousness.
He says, my tongue is going to always talk about the righteousness and the good the Most High has done for you. Read on.
All the day long. For they are confounded. For they are brought unto shame that seek my hurt.
He says they are confounded, and that confounding also has a lot to do with the shame. Perplexity and confounding is the same thing, very similar. Right? When you're confounded, you're brought to shame. Because whatever expectations you had aren't working out. And when these expectations don't work out, so listen, do you think Apollonius or Saron wasn't given the order to do this but by Antiochus? Antiochus set those orders out. You think those orders has come independently? No. Apollonius lets Antiochus know. He green lights it. They took an L. Saron approaches Antiochus. He green lights it. Now it ain't working. Now he's sitting back and says, damn, all my moves aren't working anymore. Now you start to have doubt. You start second guessing yourself. Now you're confounded. Now you're in derision, you're confounded, you're perplexed. Now you start sitting back here and psyching yourself out to do the same thing again to failure, or you think you want to switch things up. But the switch up is the curse. You get what I'm saying? You don't know which move to make. Because he could have sat back and said, man, forget this. I'm going to send a larger army and keep this thing regional. But in his mind, he already did it regional twice and lost. Maybe that ain't going to work. I got to try something different. I'm going to go to Persia and get more money.
Okay.
Like that's a bad decision. But he doesn't know. He's confused. He's confounded. He's perplexed. He's off balance. He lost his confidence. A lot about decision making is confidence and trust in a direction. So the Most High is breaking that confidence in his decisions. Now he's second guessing every damn step of the way. And when you think like that, rarely do you make the right decision. You make an overly cautious play or an overly reckless play. He took the overly reckless play. And that's what ended up stinging him and biting him. Because he's sitting back here, got emotional, pride involved, a little bit of fear, a little bit of distrust of his men. Now he's out of this world with decision making. It happens all the time. Was that? Remember, have you ever seen Gladiator?
Yeah.
When the Gladiator dude kept beating all his guys,
Yeah.
and then he came down to shake his hand and said, "Who are you, man?" And he says, I'm not the Spaniard. I'm the son of the son of your father, and you killed this." And he got shook when he saw like the guy he ordered to die. And then after he saw him, he tried to kill him, and he couldn't kill him. He went up to his palace like he was losing it. He was shook. He was confounded. He didn't know what to do. He was making bad decisions. He kept looking worse and worse and worse. I'm just showing an example of being confounded. This is how the Most High does to us when we have righteous intentions behind us. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Let those verses go. And also another definition for confound is to throw into disorder. And that's definitely what's happening with Antiochus Epiphanes' mind. It's in disorder. He's all shook up. His foundation is all set off. Next verse we're going to go into is Psalms chapter 83. Verse 1 through 4 and verse 17. Psalms 83, verse 1 through 4.
Psalms 83 and verse 1. Keep not thou silent, O Father. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O Most High. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
He says the enemies are making a tumult. They're lifting up their head. Read on.
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones.
So Most High understands, whether it's the nations, whether it's Esau, whether it's Antiochus Epiphanes, he understands the workings and goings on where we can't see it. He understands the nations and their plans and their plots to overthrow us, to destroy us, to weaken us, to keep us sick through food, through all these policies. The Most High knows all the policies set up to keep us in a perpetual state of sickness and mental sickness. Read on.
They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
The purpose and most of the planning by the nations is to keep us ignorant, keep us disconnected to our power source, to keep us disconnected to who we are in our faith. Jump to verse 17.
Verse 17.
So he's like, in the midst of their planning, in the midst of their goals, in the midst of their goals to destroy us and wipe us out. The funny thing is, listen, you ever see the mayor of New York? I remember that was a while ago during I'm trying to find a good word to say it. Trial? No. When there was a sickness going on, and they were trying to get people to get that taken care of. They were offering Jake free weed.
Yeah, bad.
To sit back here. They were offering Jake free weed to sit back and take the Super Bowl tickets.
Yeah.
To sit back here and take those tickets out. We don't get bribed with weed and fries, French fries. I just eat these delicious French fries. All you gotta do is just get these Super Bowl tickets. You get these delicious French fries for free. I was like,
anything you get for free can't be good. Huh?
That's my point. You're just begging Jake to take this out. Begging him. You know it was a problem if Jake is taking it. You just giving Jake free weed to do with that? Come on, now. You know it was a setup.
Look at nothing, Jake.
Jake is nothing. They'll throw you in jail for that same weed you had. Anyway, what's the point? The point is, the Most High knows all the crafty counsels that the nations have set up for us. But he says, in the midst of those crafty counsels that you have set up to get us and destroy us, read verse 17.
Verse 17. Let them be confounded and troubled forever.
Let those nations be confounded and troubled forever. Read on.
Yea, let them be put to shame and perish.
Let them be confounded with other goals, other focuses, other pathways, other directions. Take their mind from how much they have to destroy us and take it somewhere else. Even right now, Esau can give two you know what's about Jake. They try to take Ukraine out. They try to take Russia out with Ukraine. They try to take China out. They try to take Iran out. That's the only damn thing that matters. I don't know if you heard that the nuclear Esau is trying to get the nuclear inspectors to go back into Iran to see if they blew them up, to see if the bombs that America dropped actually destroyed the nukes that they said they had. Iran's not letting them come in. And there's major reports that, for instance, they said satellite photos in Iran show that within days after the bombing, Iranians were up picking up all the debris and rubble from the site. That lets you know that if debris and rubble is being picked up from the site, it's not contaminated. And it lets you know they didn't hit what they tried to hit, or it didn't go deep enough in the earth to mess up the nuclear reactors. So whatever's down there is still on. And if it's still on, you think this war is going to be done forever? It's just on pause. Because what they don't tell you is that in Israel, they depleted a large amount of their resources. And a great many places and strategic military locations were destroyed by Iran. That Golden Dome did not do a damn thing out. So Israel got wiped out. They put a blackout on all media out there. So you don't know how bad it is out there. But it is bad in Israel.
Look, it's bad, but they got decimated.
They got decimated. They said they were 2 weeks away from completely being wiped out.
They should have did it.
2 weeks.
Only problem is,
well, if they would have did it, you got to understand that Iran's got to consider their people.
Yeah.
If they sit back and obliterate Israel, you gonna tell me the United States is not gonna be boots on the ground inside Iran? You know how much of their people? Listen, just know this much. And you're right. I get your point. But whether it's Russia, Iran, China, and I'm not pro-China, I'm not pro-Russia, I'm not pro any of these guys. But if you're from their perspective, they have to exercise 10 times more restraint and discipline than the aggressors. They have to. If they don't do everything by the book, then the media is going to swamp them. The whole world's going to be against them. Listen, I can't count on my hands how many times Russia is complaining about war crimes and all the things Ukraine is doing that is against the articles of engagement. And Russia has to do everything by the book, or they're the bad guys. They're even to the point where Russia has control of certain power plants. Ukraine is trying to blow up their own power plants and say that Russia blew it up, just to get media against Russia and to get a pretext to justify the rest of the world to go fight against Russia.
Yep.
The reason, they don't tell you, the reason they went into Kursk, one, it was a weak spot in Russians' defense. But two, they were trying to go to the Kursk power plant and take over the power plant and force Russia to give up the power plant they had in Zaporozhye, or they were going to blow it up. They were going to stay at the Kursk power plant and threaten to blow up the power plant and create acts of terror and destroy that entire region and have it a nuclear site and run everybody out. They don't give a shit. Listen, the attack they had with the drones in Russia, when they blew up all the bombers in Russia. I said this before, but every country, based on peace proposals they had with the United States and Russia and France and Germany, all of the nuclear superpowers have to have their bombers in plain sight. Their bombers have to be in plain sight so that if the bombers are moved, what you're saying is ready to bomb you. So, for the sake of everybody's security, everybody has to know where the bombers are. And everybody has to be able to have an access to see where everybody's bombers are. Ukraine used that to justify blowing up those spots. Everything they're doing is dirty pools. But nobody talks about how dirty they're doing. They're blowing up. They want to blow up this Kursk bridge, not a Kursk bridge, but this bridge, this Crimean bridge. This Crimean bridge is not detrimental to Russians bringing things up. This is a civilian bridge. It's like sitting back here and blowing up the 410 highway and saying, yeah, military runs through the 410 highway. Military weaponry runs through the 410. You know how many people could die if you blow up the 410 highway? Or if you blow up the 281 highway, the 35 highway? How many
People starve too.
well, starving, but how many, what do you call it, a war? Fatalities can happen just by blowing up bridges. Casualty is the word. Because fatality is like some Mortal Kombat stuff.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
I heard for fatalities, I said it was really casualty. But the point is this. What am I saying? All I'm saying is Russia, China, if they sit back here and make an aggressive move that's too aggressive, they're the bad guys. Let's use China and Taiwan. The United States battleships are all right damn near in Taiwan's harbors, daring China to go and cross over to the inland and get their land. They're egging them on. All their battleships are in South Korea, the Philippines, and in Taiwan. And every day, they keep saying Taiwan has their own sovereignty, when they know damn well the whole world has recognized that Taiwan is China. Even the United States in their government documents accept that. But what am I saying? I'm only going there to say that if China, Iran, all these countries make extreme moves that we had, then all of a sudden, they're the villain. This is why the whole world's got to go against them. So they have to have as much constraint and discipline as possible. If not, this thing gonna blow up tomorrow. And that's the problem. The Most High, and to be honest with you, the Most High is putting that spirit of constraint on these countries. Why? To give us what? To buy us time. To give everybody a chance to make the changes they gotta make before it's all over. That's what's happening. But the Most High is like saying this. He's still confounding Esau in this way. He's got them fighting wars that really affect their own people and less about Israel. Esau is less focused on destroying Israel now and more focused on world domination, taking out China, taking out Russia, taking out Iran to get full spectrum domination. And this is how the Most High is looking after us. He's blessing us by fueling in the United States. There's a reason that Revelations calls America the beast. If you see how they roll, they are non-stop aggressors. When they go what they want, they go constantly. It's like right now, they're saying the United States is not trying to mess with Russia. But what they're doing is they're backing off Russia while having the Europe get their money right and get their weapons ready to go fight Russia, while they focus on Iran and China. So it's not like they're not going to fight Russia. They're just like, you fight them now. We get them. We're going to come back around and circle back and take out Russia too. All of these policies, there's no backward movement. It's all forward. It's all pressure. Esau keeps putting pressure and pressure and pressure and pressure on their enemies. It is non-stop pressure. Pressure on Russia. Pressure on Iran. Pressure on Iran. Pressure on Iran. Pressure on... Because what's going to happen is they're going to keep pressing Iran to see what's inside of there. And when Iran's going to keep saying, no, you can't see the nuclear sites. And now they're going to have to go fight them again. This is not stopping. This is not stopping. You kill all of their military personnel and all their higher-ups. And then you sit back here and use Indian intelligence to do it. Bro, it's just crazy the level of pressure Esau puts on their enemies out. But with that being said, they're still confounded and troubled with that pursuit. And they're taking their eyes off of us. And that's a blessing. And that's how the Most High works in our favor. Okay? So, let that go in Psalms. And let's go to Proverbs 21:1. Now, that's the one.
Come on.
Let's read that.
Proverbs chapter 21 and verse 1. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord.
The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord. The Most High controls Israelite leadership. He controls the nation's leadership. He controls all leadership. So however these moves are being made, the Most High is in control. The Most High is in control of Antiochus' poor decision. The Most High worked on Antiochus' mind and confounded his mind and perplexed his mind to convince him in his disordered thinking to go thousands of miles away to fight a larger army to get the money you need to fight a smaller army. That just is not logical sense. It's foolishness. But that's the will of the Father, and He controls all the kings of the earth. Okay? Let that go. And let's get Psalms chapter 70 and verse 2.
Psalm chapter 70 and verse 2. Let them be ashamed and confounded that seek after my soul.
It goes back. Now we understand what that confounding is. Let anyone that's seeking after your spirit be thrown into disorder, mental disorder, surprise, confusion, perplexity, complicated and unraveled thinking, embarrassed thinking, and anxious vexed thinking. He's like, sit back here and throw all these people off balance that have problems with me. And this is how the Most High, this is one way He defends us. He throws our enemies off balance. And it buys us time. And it gives us an opportunity to sit back here and be protected. This is how He does things. Okay? Are we done with that verse?
No.
Keep going.
Let them be turned backward and put to confusion that desire my hurt.
And that's what He keeps saying. Listen, confounded is being confused. Backwards, meaning whatever decisions and thinking was going one way, now they're hesitant. Now there's a hesitation in their decision. There's a hesitation in the direction that they go. He was ready to get 100,000 people attacking forward. He confounded his mind. Now he went backward on that. He changed off that. Now he split half of his army to fight us and the other half to go to Persia. This is how he was confounding them. Yep.
Yeah, that's important to know because sometimes we look for this grandiose kind of defense, like
Yeah.
your enemy's being decimated.
Yeah.
You know, just some catastrophe happening where all get wiped out.
Yeah.
We look for stuff we can see.
Exactly. I watched this one time on YouTube about the Maccabees, and I was like, damn. When I saw how Antiochus went out of Persia, I said, man, that's Most High did that. Most High convinced him to go to Persia and split the army up and have even more attainable numbers to build their faith according to where they were at. Maybe the whole army might have been too much for their faith. Maybe they weren't ready to sit back here and fight as large of a number as Antiochus was planning on bringing to them. So we're like, you know what? I'm going to give them a battle that they can spiritually handle. They weren't going to be able to physically handle it, but I'm going to give them a battle that they can handle based off the previous victories that I've given them. That's how the Most High thinks on us. He won't give you anything you can't what? And how he deals with that, he confounds your enemies to help and assist you in that process. It's just an important way to look at things, and another reason and a justification to trust that the Most High is looking after you. And you can't, and why it's important not to overthink the how. How not to overthink how this is going to get done. How is the Most High going to get me through this issue? How is he going to fix my circumstances? I know he's going to be there, but a lot of us stress on the minutiae and the details of how we get protected. Versus not stressing on the how. Just know that he's confounding your enemies, and he's going to make a way to get you taken care of. That's all you need to know. This is why Psalms hits so much out. Because he's letting you know how to think and how to operate. He's going to take care of those opposing forces you got in your life as long as you're in point. Stop thinking about all these details. Because why do people think about details? Because they want to control it.
Right.
Yep.
Because you really doubt. And you can only have faith in things you see and can control. That's why you got to know how it's going to happen. What time is going to happen. When is it going to happen? You ain't going to get that. Can you just learn to follow and trust? And have a pure outlook when things don't go your way? When you can't micromanage every aspect of life?
Yeah.
And so the Most High can truly, so you can know it's the Most High's way, because also you want to control it, because that's how you know you did it.
Glory.
It's pride, it's control, and it's vainglory. Because if you micromanage and plan it out, you did it.
Yeah.
You're the smart.
I'll say the Most High.
You're the wisest person in the room.
I pat myself on the back and
you're like, man, the Lord's good. The Lord gave me that answer. He gave me that clarity. He gave me that solution. Most I was working with these thoughts. He worked with my decision. Most I worked with my decision, man. Then was it the Most High, or was it your decision?
Was it you?
Or was it your wisdom, your policies? And the Most High told me. He told me to do it that way. He was in my head, working in my head, telling me to do this and that.
Get out of here.
You dig? He put his head into my head. And I started thinking like him. You dig? And the Most High blessed me.
Now it was you.
I was in the spirit. You know, I like you a 70s pimp all of a sudden.
Yeah.
We like vision.
Yeah, vision.
That's the point. That's how we start getting. We make it about us. Versus, you gonna be honest, I didn't know how the hell this is gonna work out. Most High came through. I didn't have no damn message. I just started praying to the Lord and asking. He came through, and he came through. Y'all didn't have no answers. That's the real answer.
That's realistic.
But we don't want to say that. We don't say, man, you know, the Lord, great. I was thinking.
I kept my cool.
I kept my cool and depressive.
I was nails, brother.
Listen, I was ice, bro.
I was ice cold.
I was ice cold, bro.
I woke up. I just knew what I had to do.
Yeah, right.
Right. You just knew.
That's a lie, bro. That's a damn lie. So, let's keep going. Where are we at?
That's the Jew.
That's the liar in us. What verse are we at? We in Psalms still?
We just read Psalm 70 and 2.
Yeah, that was all I wanted from them. Let's go back to Josephus now. Book 12.
In other words, it gives our adversaries a delusion so that we can properly, our faith can carry us through the scenario.
Yeah.
They defeat themselves.
Yep.
Go ahead. You can pull it. What page are we going to?
It's Josephus, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 2 to 2.5. Give me 1 second, y'all. I gotta go to the restroom.
Page 326.
Thank you, sir.
There was another scripture on that too, though. Yeah. There's another scripture on that too. You know, sometimes you look for these grand events to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It was not a real.
Go ahead and read it. This is change the point in class.
No, it's Exodus 14:25.
Mhm.
Talking about when the Egyptians were chasing us
Yeah.
to the through the Red Sea. It says, and took off their chariot wheels,
Yep.
that they drave them heavily, so that the Egyptians said, "Let us flee from the face of Israel, for the Most High fighteth for them against the Egyptians." The Most High went into their camp, went into the axle
Started breaking up there.
of the chariot wheels, and literally they tried to chase after us, and the wheels just started falling off.
Come on.
But we look for something just grand, right?
Yeah.
It was just little things sometimes. Most High
He's
behind the
working
scenes.
for us.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the little detail the Most High is doing.
Behind the scenes,
But we'll say, I don't know.
they must have been. They were riding.
That was a coincidence.
That's
No, it's not a coincidence, bro. Most High's defending you. If you're paying attention to these things, He defends us. Most High defends us. That's crazy, though.
We just call it happenstance.
You start having mechanical errors, though.
Right.
And then how did that even happen? Somebody do a bad job?
Yeah.
He put spirit mechanics.
You know they inspect those things. They inspect it.
I forgot to inspect today. Come on, bro.
Okay, so let's get this. It's paragraph 2. We're gonna read to the halfway point.
You want to start with the Lysias or the before that?
No, a second. No, it's Josephus, book 12,
Chapter 7.
paragraph 2.
Okay, line 294. But when upon his
Ooh.
mustering,
Whoa. Maybe I got it wrong. It's 12, chapter 7, paragraph 2. Let's read when King Antiochus heard of these things.
Yeah. 293.
12, 7, and 2.
so like halfway of paragraph 2. Antiquities of the Jews, chapter 7, paragraph 2, line 293, page 326. When King Antiochus heard of these things, he was very angry at what had happened.
So he's angry, he's emotional, he's off balance. He expected these campaigns to win, and he didn't. Read on.
So he got together all his own army with many mercenaries, whom he had hired from the islands.
Islands back in those days were more like continents. Islands are just bodies of the land that's surrounded by water. Those are continents also. Okay, so keep going.
And took them with him, and prepared to break into Judea about the beginning of the spring.
Okay, and normally most military campaigns start in the spring, and they do all the gathering and the preparation in the winter. We read about that even with Nebuchadnezzar. They would sit back and prepare their campaigns in December, start the war in the fall. Right before David messed with Bathsheba, they had waited in the winter and to sit back and invade Syria in the fall to besiege Syria back then. To besiege Syria in the spring. That's how things go. Once the snow melts, now we can sit back here. The sun's out. Now we start our besieging. Well, let's continue. And that's also before the crops come in. The harvest kicks in. So once the winter is over and the harvest hasn't set, all you got in your city is the remainders of the food you had from that previous harvest. Well, let's continue.
But when, upon his mustering his soldiers, he perceived that his treasures were deficient, and there was a want of money in them, for all the taxes were not paid, by reason of the seditions that had been among the nations.
There were seditions based on his policies. There were civil wars. Read on.
He, having been so magnanimous and so liberal that what he was not sufficient for him, he therefore resolved first to go into Persia and collect the taxes of the country. Whereupon he left one whose name was Lysias, who was in great repute with him.
No, we're going to hold off on that. I just want to go into why he left. It's the same thing that we read earlier. But we're going to get to that part in a second because now we're at the halfway mark. So let that go and let's jump to verse 32. So he makes a decision in his confounded, perplexed mind to go 1,000 miles away. His Antioch is in Turkey. He has to make a trip from Turkey all the way to Persia, which is a long way. So let's get this.
First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 32. So he left Lysias, a nobleman, and one of the blood royal, to oversee the affairs of the king from the river Euphrates onto the borders of Egypt.
Okay, so that's a little bigger than Col Syria that you see on this map. He wants all the area from Euphrates, which rides up from Mesopotamia all the way up to near Antiochia, and work all the way down to Egypt. This guy is in control of all that region. Okay, a large sum and large space. So continue.
And to bring up his son Antiochus until he came again.
So he's over the entire jurisdiction, and he has to watch over his son while he's in Persia trying to get this bread. Read on.
Moreover, he delivered unto him the half of his forces.
So once again, that's the Most High looking after us, because now we have to fight half of the forces versus fighting the full Antiochian force. Read on.
And the elephants, and gave him charge of all things that he would have done.
It wasn't an easy battle. You got to fight the elephants out here, man. You fighting elephants, you fighting artillery, horses. This the whole thing. But those numbers are way less than the entire fleet. Read on.
As also concerning them that dwell in Judah and Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
To wit, that he should send an army against them, to destroy and root out the strength of Israel and the remnant of Jerusalem, and to take away their memorial from that place.
Mm-hmm.
And that he should place strangers in all their quarters.
He says the goal was to wipe out Israel out of the land, completely uproot them like we did to the northern kingdom, and bring an entirely new crew of strangers to take over that country of Judea or Israel. So the plan was getting ramped up even worse. So half the army was gone, but the goal was the same. We're going to sit back here, capture Judea, and the whole country is going to be with transplanted Israelites or transplanted people from different countries are going to take over Jerusalem and the whole land of Judea. And there's not going to be any remembrance of Israel at all. That was the goal. Put different people in the land, different belief systems, different religions, different ethnicities, so that the Jew will be forgotten forever. Just like when the Assyrian Empire took over the northern kingdom, that whole northern kingdom was forgotten. There's only remnants and certain, cultural, ethnic habits that we kept going into Europe. But for the most part, we had completely lost who we were. We started calling ourselves Celts and Scots and Brits and Gauls and Germanic people, French. We started losing all our identity. So that's what the plan was for Judah also. Okay? So let's continue.
And divide their land by lot. So the king took the half of the forces that remained and departed to Antioch.
Departed from Antioch. So yeah, once Antiochus left Antioch, which was his home base, which is present-day Turkey. Read on.
His royal city, the 147th year, and having passed the river Euphrates, he went through the high country.
So he left in 147 BC, and he's on his way out to go get this money from the Persians. Now Lysias, we're going to start talking about Lysias and everything he had to do with his forces in his fighting against the Jews. Hold this and let's finish up that other half of the paragraph in a Josephus real quick. It's 2.5 to the end.
295, line 295. Hereupon he left one whose name was Lysias, who was of great repute with him, governor of the kingdom, as far as the bounds of Egypt and of the lower Asia, and reaching from the river Euphrates, and committed to him a certain part of his forces, and of his elephants, and charged him to bring up his son Antiochus with all possible care until he came back, and that he should conquer Judea and take its inhabitants for slaves, and utterly destroy Jerusalem, and abolish the whole nation.
He said he's going to take the entire nation and put them into slavery and just wipe out the existence of these people. Read on.
And when King Antiochus had given these things in charge to Lysias, he went into Persia, and in the 147th year he passed over Euphrates, and went to the superior provinces.
Meaning the provinces further away from Antioch. So, now what we're going to do, let's read verse 38 in the Josephus now. No, I'm sorry. 38 in the Apocrypha. Salakia, my fault. Yeah.
First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 38. Then Lysias chose Ptolemy, the son of Dorymanus, and Nicanor, and Georgius, mighty men of the king's friends.
Nicanor, Gogaius, these three men were captains, and he chose these three higher level captains to sit back here and continue this war, and to sit back and go to the next level and amplify it and ramp it up. Read on.
And with them he sent 40,000 footmen and 7,000 horsemen to go into the land of Judah and to destroy it, as the king's commanded.
And these numbers are ramping up now. 40,000 men on ground, footmen, 7,000 horsemen. He didn't go with the elephants yet. But these numbers, that's close to 50,000 soldiers. Yes, sir.
So they sent that against the band of 6,000 Jews?
Yeah. So that's 50,000 against 6,000. So if you're going to do the math, he probably had 100,000 men in total, soldiers. And it would have been 100,000 against 6. It could have been 100,000 against 6. That's crazy. But the Most High had mercy and split that off and gave us 50,000 to 6 ratio, which is still slightly less than 10 to 1. But don't forget, what does Deuteronomy say? In a 10 to 1 ratio, that works for us. So let's continue.
So they went forth with all their power, and came and pitched by Emmaus in the plain country.
Yep. So they sat back here and pitched by Emmaus in the plain country. I'm trying to find out. Well, here's Emmaus. If you look at the map, you'll see Emmaus. It's right on the western corner of Judea. The last battle that they won was in Beth Horon. That's like slightly north of Emmaus. And this is the area where this next battle is. What this map is a list of all the locations where we actually had battles against the heathen. And so Emmaus is the next battle that we have, okay? So let's continue.
And the merchants of the country, hearing the fame of them, took silver and gold very much, with servants.
So that means all the businessmen, all the entrepreneurs, all the people with money and trade in the region brought all the money they could. Because it was like, listen, 50,000 to 6, bro. We're gonna clean up. We're gonna get all these people in this. Because it wasn't just this. The funny thing was this. We had 6,000 warriors, right?
Yeah.
But they were fighting for everybody else in the city. Every man, woman, and children in that entire region they were fighting for. Because if they lost, they were going into all the cities and towns and taking all the people too. It wasn't just the 6,000 they're going to put in slavery. They're going to kill them and take all the men, women, and children in the surrounding cities, buy them for cheap, and sell them for high all around the world. This was an all-in moment. And we still only had 6,000 men. Everybody else is sitting there smiling, doing Greek dances. Even the ones that was pro-Greek was going to get sold to slavery. He said, we're wiping out this entire place. We're going to take every Jew that's in this vicinity and take them out of the country and export them somewhere else, and they're going to all be slaves. And we're going to wipe out the name of the Jew forever. You think the sellouts were going to be absolved from this? No. The sellouts were going on that same boat to get shipped out.
But whether they liked it or not,
God.
that sellout mindset this is a survival.
So this is the funny thing. The sellout that compromised their belief system. They went through all kind of physical trauma to be a Greek. Now it's going to be treated like that same nigga they were.
Yep.
So you know what benefit is it to sell out? Even when you sell out, they're going to still hate you. Yep. Even when you try to fit in, they're going to still hate. They're going to respect you less. They at least respected Judas. They at least respected Judas and his men. At least they fought for something. Everybody else that was a coward, they're going to get sent to slavery too. They're going to empty out the entire cities out and put transplants in there. That's the plan. This is a reminder that people think that the compromising sellout way is the way. You're going to lose anyway. And you're going to be hated by the Most High because you sold out. The nations are going to hate you. And they're going to treat you like a slave eventually. Or you can have a backbone and some faith and hold fast to that which is true and allow the Most High to come through for you. So, very important point. So all of these merchants from the region were getting as much money and capital as they could to buy as many slaves because they're going to flip this money, they thought. Okay? So it's almost like they're going to sit back here and watch the fight happen. And then after that, bring their soldiers in to collect as many slaves. Send them to Greece, send them to Egypt, send them wherever. What's that?
It's time to invest.
Right.
We're capitalize like they do when they have these storms and these different problems. There's different companies and groups that go and they capitalize off disasters. Mm-hmm. Never let a disaster go to waste.
Yeah. And that's what they're thinking. So let's continue.
And came into the camp to buy the children of Israel for slaves. A power also of Syria and of the land of the Philistines joined themselves into them.
Unto them, yeah.
Unto them. Now, when Judas and his brethren saw that miseries were multiplied, and that the forces did encamp themselves in their borders, for they knew how the king had given commandment to destroy the people and utterly abolish them.
So he says, they heard of what the commandment was. If we lose, our entire nation is going to get taken out and put into captivity. That's real, bro.
It's pressure.
That's real. Listen, that is perceived pressure. If we lose, everyone in our city is getting taken out of the city. It don't get more pressure filled than that. Hold that and let's get back to Josephus. But that's really unfortunate. It's I want 12, 7, and 3. The heck?
12, 7, and 3. Chapter.
Yep.
Antiquities of the Jews, Book 12, Chapter 7, Paragraph 3, line 298, page 326. Upon this, Lysias chose Ptolemy, the son of Dominus, and Nicanor, and Georgius, very potent men among the king's friends, and delivered to them 40,000 foot soldiers and 7,000 horsemen, and sent them against Judea, who came as far as the city of Emmaus,
yes.
And pitched their camp in the plain country. There came also to them auxiliaries out of Syria, and the country round about, as also many of the renegade Jews.
Renegade, meaning rebellious Jews. The auxiliaries are just like the other soldiers, the other mercenaries. Okay? So it was sellout Jews, auxiliaries. Read on.
And besides these came some merchants to buy those that should be carried captives, having bonds with them to bind those that should be made prisoners.
They brought the bonds too. They brought all the chains and all the damn bracelets and all the damn, what do you call those damn things? Just shackles. They brought the shackles too. They were ready to go. They were ready to get them and get them walking and get them on these ships. You know, can you imagine people bringing shackles out? You seeing the shackles down the way? That's real life. Like if you die, this is what's happening to your family. If you die, if this don't work out, you're going to see them get put on these ships. And that's it. It don't matter, all the crying and the tears don't mean nothing. This is your future. This is your family's future if you don't step up. Let's keep going.
With that silver and gold which they were to pay for their price. And when Judas saw their camp and how numerous their enemies were.
So now these numbers are crazy. They're camped out. Now you better come with a speech. You better get in them scriptures and pull some verses out. You better find some type of muster, some type of strength to get us to fight, because this don't look good. Now hold this, and we'll go back to the scriptures in Maccabees. First Maccabees, chapter 3, in verse 41. No, 43.
First Maccabees, chapter 3, and verse 43. They said one to another, let us restore the decayed estate of our people, and let us fight for our people and the sanctuary. Then was the congregation gathered together, that they might be ready for battle, and that they might
read verse 43 again.
Yes. First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 43. They said one to another, let us restore the decayed estate of our people, and let us fight for our people and the sanctuary. Then was the congregation gathered together, that they might be ready for battle, and that they might pray and ask mercy and compassion.
First thing is this. Let's go to Genesis 49 and 9. Listen, they saw how bad the condition was, and now they were ready to sit back here and galvanize themselves and stand up and fight for what's right. And that's a beautiful thing. But when you read Genesis 49, I got a question for us to ask ourselves. Read that.
Genesis chapter 49 and verse 1.
No, verse 9.
Oh, it's a lot. Verse 9. Judah is a lion's whelp.
Judah is a young lion. A lion's whelp is referring to a young lion. Read on.
From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down, he couched as a lion, as an old lion.
He says, we're a young lion, but we act like an old lion. He says, we're a young lion, but we're stooped down and couched as an old lion. Read on.
Who shall rouse him up?
What it's saying is Judah operates outside of their potential. That's what he's saying. He's like, Judah has great potential to be this young, powerful lion. But he says, as a young lion, we stoop like we're an old lion. Like we've lost our vigor and lost our strength and lost our potency. He's like, what is it going to take to get this young lion to operate like a young lion and stand up for what's right and fight and be strong? It took Judah all of this and all these calamities and these extremes and this sadness, and now their back is against the wall, and if they don't win, the whole nation gets put in slavery. Now they're ready to fight.
Right.
That's the point I'm saying. Our back has to get put against the wall before Judah rises up and becomes the young lion that they're supposed to be. And the Most High is saying this as a prophecy about our people all the way in Genesis 49. What is it going to take to get the best out of Judah? What is it going to take to get Judah to rise up and be the leader they're supposed to be? To be the accountable, strong defender of the nation that they're supposed to be. That's the question the Most High is always asking, And it takes circumstances that are full of pressure like we're talking about. This is the pressure time. It takes all this pressure and all this intensity to finally get us to do what? Fight back. It takes all this pressure. Like, listen, man, if y'all lose, all the families, all of Judah is wiped out. Now they fight. Now this is in contrast to 9.5 that never did it. So I can't act like 9.5 is superior. 9.5 never rose up and said the war was right. Unfortunately, those all those kings, not one king stood up for righteousness' sake. But he's like Judah. It's like the Most High had greater expectation for Judah. That's how it reads. In Genesis 49, like, Judah, listen, you're a young lion, but you're acting like an old lion. What is it going to take to get y'all to rise up and be the powerhouse you're supposed to be? Judah, I'm not being sarcastic. Judah's too busy getting high, at the club getting drunk, and chasing. Am I lying? Jake's in the club, man. Well, what is it going to take Jake to sit back and be Russia about to drop bombs? Hold on a second. Hold on, I ain't done yet. Let me finish this hitting. Then I'll get out there. Like, damn.
That's crazy.
You got to finish hitting out before you sit back here and get your act together to save your people? What's that at?
It was this Judite brother on the news years ago. His mother was in a burning building. She was like 20 stories high.
Yeah.
This man climbed 18 stories. He climbed
On the outside or inside?
Outside.
No way!
It is fact.
Pure Judah.
Fact.
And listen, they try to stop him from going in. Of course.
And they tried to, he was like, no, it's not. He climbed 18 stories.
He ran around him, climbed 8 stories and saved his mama.
Crazy,
to save his mother from a burning building.
That's
what it took.
that's Judite greatness, That's black greatness, But his mama and them got to be in danger for him to fight, He ain't doing that shit for nobody else. He ain't doing it for Christ. He ain't doing it for Christ. He ain't doing it for Christ, He ain't. His mama, yeah. Christ, I don't know. His brother, hell no. It ain't. All I'm saying is that is phenomenal. And I've always said, when Judah is at his best, ain't nobody more potent. And I'm not Judah. And that's just facts. When Judah is at their best, the most valiant, the most spiritually connected, there's not one tribe better. Well, like the Most High knows that. But to get Judah to sit back here and be that every day, listen, read about Caleb, how potent Caleb was. He was Judah. That dude was fearless. That's what it's supposed to be about. But to get us to be like Caleb consistently, or be like Judah's potent. This dude's out of this world with crazy numbers, raising up farmers to fight, training militia. Bro. Most High's like, what is it going to take to rile up Judah on a consistent basis? Answers, I don't know. Catastrophe. You get the best out of Judah during catastrophe situations. And the messed up thing is, what do you think is about to happen? We better pray the Most High brings Judah together, brings us together, and we stay strong for the better. To endure what's about to happen. So, where are we at verse-wise?
We just read Genesis 49 and 9.
Okay, let's get back to verse 43 now.
Or 44?
Let's do 44.
First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 44. Then was the congregation gathered together, that they might be ready for battle, and that they might pray and ask mercy and compassion.
So now they're like this. We're ready to fight. And we're about to go into this war, but we got to make sure the prayers get sent up. And this is why it's so important for any endeavor you go into. The Most High gets his first. Prayers, consideration, requests for mercy and compassion. So whatever is in front of you, you have trust the Most High is going to be there for you. Okay? So they're about to send their prayers up. They're about to come together and approach the Most High and ask for a blessing. So, I'm trying to find a good map. Because I want to explain this next thing real quick. Let me see. Let's see. Let us read the next verse, sir.
Verse 45. First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 45. Now Jerusalem lay void as a wilderness.
So listen. Jerusalem was a wilderness, meaning the temple was broken down. There was no hope in Jerusalem at all, right? Right? Okay. Jerusalem was broken down. Read on. So, and also whoever was in there were nations. Imagine Jerusalem like a gentrified east side. That's what it was. I still say, I don't know how much further the gentrified part went east in San Antonio, but I tell you this: dogs don't get their poodles haircut, and they don't go to dog groomers in the east side.
No, it's not happening.
Do black people get their dogs groomed on the east side?
No, bro.
No,
There's cupcakes.
there's wild dogs running down the street on the east side. This is packs of wild dogs running down on the east side. That's what the east side is. But now you got dog groomers. You have cupcake shops. Yeah. Do Jake go and just buy specialized cupcake shops?
Coffee roasters.
That's not happening in the east side.
Coffee roaster, cupcake shops.
Nah, bro.
You know.
But that's Jerusalem. That's how Jerusalem is at this point. It's nations. It's a police station in the area. And it's all nations in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
And uppity Jake that sold out.
Yeah.
So what they're saying is Jerusalem is laid waste. They're trying to go to a place where they can pray and keep things holy and spiritual and reconnect back to the Most High because they know everything's on the line right now. That's why I'm explaining this. But Jerusalem is not there. They don't have access to Jerusalem. So what are they going to do knowing that Jerusalem, which was that focal place where everybody came together later on for spiritual matters, what do you do now? Read on.
Now Jerusalem lay void as a wilderness. There was none of her children that went in or out.
Israel wasn't falling in and out of Jerusalem. It was Edomites. Read on.
The sanctuary also was trodden down, and aliens kept the stronghold.
Mm-hmm. So the nations had a police state in Jerusalem. Read on.
The heathen had their habitation in that place.
Like I said, the heathen were operating in Jerusalem, living and vibing and doing their thing. Read on.
And joy was taken from Jacob, and the pipe with the harp ceased.
No happiness, no joy, because our main city was now a military hub. This is a perfect military hub because of the strategic position that Jerusalem had. Read on.
Wherefore the Israelites assembled themselves together and came to Mishpah.
It came to Mashpah. Mashpah is Mizpah. M-I-Z-P-E-H. This Mashpah is like the Greek version of it, or the Greek spelling of Mizpah. So there's like, since we can't congregate and come together in Jerusalem, what was the next best thing or the next place historically that the Jews went to congregate to get the Most High's attention? And that was Mizpah. Because at Mizpah we were having gatherings and meetings before Jerusalem was officially established, or before we had conquered Jerusalem. Don't forget, we didn't gain Jerusalem until David's time. During David's reign is when we were able to capture Jerusalem for ourselves. When Saul was in power, we didn't have Jerusalem. When we were in Canaan, first got there, we didn't have Mizpah. We didn't have Jerusalem, we had Mizpah. So we're going to explain this. Read verse 46 again.
Verse 46. Wherefore the Israelites assembled themselves together and came to Mizpah over against Jerusalem. For in Mizpah was the place where they prayed aforetime in Israel.
So he's like, Mizpah was the place where Israel prayed and congregated and took the Most High serious back in the day. Okay, we're going to go over a few examples of when we have prayed at Mizpah, just so we can know the history of our congregating at Mizpah before we had access to Jerusalem. So the first verse we're going to go to is Genesis chapter 31, verse 36 through 50. Now Genesis 31 is dealing with Jacob and Laban. Jacob and Laban, and this was when Jacob had took his both his wives and his family and finally mustered up enough confidence and faith to leave Laban. He's like surviving Laban. So he finally got out of Laban's hands with his family, and Laban tries to come up here and challenge him.
Take him back.
He says he wants his family back.
But for
He
the
wants his
purpose
kids. He wants his family and his kids back.
Yeah.
Like what, they're not your kids, bro. That's the man who made them. They're his kids, and they're his wives. But Laban was a bad guy.
We're going to agree that.
Yes. So read verse 36. So what we're about to go into is their meeting and their conversation / argument and where it was and what the meeting symbolized. So read verse 36.
Genesis chapter 31 and verse 36. And Jacob was wroth and trode with Laban. And Jacob answered and said to Laban, what is my trespass?
So Jacob starts checking Laban and says, what did I do wrong to you? Why are you bringing all your men on your farm trying to check me and stop me from taking my family and taking them to where I'm supposed to be? Read on.
What is my sin that thou hast so hotly pursued after me? Whereas thou hast searched all my stuff. What hast thou found of all thy household stuff?
So his pretext for going down and meeting them is that his idol was taken. And he says, because my idol was taken, I'm going to bring all the full force of my power to get him back. It really wasn't about the idol. It was about the fact that he wanted the family back and wanted Jacob under his control for the rest of his life. Because under Jacob, he was successful, he was getting paid, he was prospering, and he didn't want that money tree to leave him. Let's continue.
Set it here before my brethren and thy brethren, that they may judge betwixt us both. This 20 years have I been with thee. Thy ewes and thy she-goats have not cast their young, and the rams of thy flock have I not eaten.
So he's like, I didn't take advantage of any of your cattle. Read on.
That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto thee. I bear the loss.
He says, every animal that died under my watch, I took the loss. So whatever that means even if the animal died and it was his sheep, he sat back here and took one of his sheep to replace the sheep that was lost just by nature.
He never took a loss.
He's like, you never took a loss. I took the loss this entire time. Read on.
Of my hand didst thou require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Thus I was in the day the drought consumed me, and the frost by night.
He says, read verse 39 again.
Verse 39. That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto thee. I bear the loss of it. Of my hand didst thou require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night.
So he says, whether animals killed it or your animals were stolen, I took the loss. If it was a night raid, a day raid, I took the hit. Read on.
Thus I was in the day the drought consumed me.
So what he's saying is, I'm out here working the land, even when there's no water, about to pass out. Because when it says the drought consumed me, that means he's out there in the field, and the lack of water got to him. He probably had a heat stroke. He probably passed out. I'm passing out on hot days with no water for you. I'm taking losses economically for you. Read on.
And the frost by night.
I'm freezing my ass off for you. I'm freezing, I'm cold, I'm passing out when it's hot, all for you, and you're tripping on me leaving and starting my own thing. Read on.
And my sleep departed from my eyes.
I wasn't getting sleep. So it was 20 years of no sleep, dehydration, freezing cold temperatures, taking financial losses to make this guy happy. That's the worst boss ever.
Yeah.
And you're tripping because now I want to sit back and leave and start my own thing when you sit back here and took 20 years of service from me. It was only supposed to be 7 for the one I said I wanted.
You never kept your word.
He never kept your word. He kept pushing back the time. Read on.
Thus have I been 20 years in thy house. I served thee 14 years for thy 2 daughters, and 6 years for thy cattle.
So it's almost like he worked for free for 14 years. Then he had to sit back here and work longer just for the cattle he had. 6 more years just for the cattle. Read on.
And thou hast changed my wages 10 times.
Wow.
That's crazy, bro.
Flip-flopping numbers, playing games out.
The economy's low. I have to pay you less. We're in inflationary times, son. You got to get less now, man. But hey, you're at my house. Don't worry about it, man. You got your tent
like
right
that
over,
soup
your
you
tent's
made.
right over there.
You had some good soup the other day, didn't you?
Yeah,
Like,
it's
come on.
good soup. The tent, your tent is beautiful. You have a beautiful tent, custom made. These are bad deals, huh? Read on.
Accept the power of my father.
That's how they do rappers out.
Yeah,
That's how they do rap. He's
That's how
giving
they do
360 deals out.
That's
Give him
crazy. Yeah.
Do all his concerts, do all his albums out. Look at his bank account. You got like a.
You got like a 5 albums before you get out of this prison.
Like a TLC contract out.
Remember, baby said, listen, Drake ain't never leaving us. Baby, he's never leaving Cash Money. Like, damn, I can never leave.
We're family. Like, oh, it's like that.
You're leaving. You're not leaving. He can't leave because it's family.
Because you're a family.
Or you're a cash cow and you're making money.
That's the real.
Because listen, Young Turk ain't family. How about that? Listen, Young Turk ain't family no more. How come he ain't family? How come Manny Fresh ain't family no more? How come those guys ain't family no more? Huh?
Yeah.
Crosby.
Jacob signed a
I always remember
contract.
Young Turk. Like, he only had like what happened to Young Turk guy? What happened to this guy?
Nobody cared, huh?
Nobody cared. Huh? Listen, because nobody else cared, he was no longer family.
Exactly.
Simple as that. It's funny, huh?
That's the truth.
But let's keep going, huh?
Verse 42. Accept the power of my father, the power of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had been with me. Surely thou hadst sent me away now empty.
He said, if the Most High wasn't with me, I'd come out here with nothing. He'd have had me leaving broke.
That's what you wanted.
But he wanted them broke and dependent on Laban. He said, if it wasn't for the Most High, I'd be broke and have nothing, and I'd be a servant to you.
Yeah, oppressor.
God, read on.
The Most High has seen my affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked thee yesternight.
And I'm gonna sit back and explain this real quick. This is proof. Listen up. Our version. Think about this. Jacob said, "Except the Most High of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac, had been with me, surely thou hadst sent me away now empty. The Most High has seen my affliction and the labor of my hands." So what is Jacob saying? The Most High has blessed me. The Most High has looked after me. The question is, how many Israelites, after serving the dirtbag for 20 years, would say the Most High has been there with me? Been there for my affliction. He's looked after me, despite being under a manipulative, taking, selfish, hateful, one-way guy. That's a real thing. And still say the Lord is with me. And still say the Most High is favorable and has loved me and has been there for me. And so then ask yourself this. All the men and women you've seen leave the truth, was their life worse than Jacob's? Their life wasn't halfway worse than Jacob's, but they got a reason to quit. So then the next question you have is there a reason for quitting justifiable? And when everything is said and done, is the Most High going to sit back here and wink on that level of rebellion? If the Most High isn't letting Jacob off the hook, why do we think we get to be let off the hook? And we got the right to be an individual and not have to be in order and subject to order and discipline. Even if the discipline can be looked upon as unfair, because obviously Jacob knew he was being had. He knew he was being hustled. So can you sit back here and know that you're getting taken advantage of, while at the same time also know the Most High's always been there for you?
And
I want to slow that down again. Can we ever learn to acknowledge that in certain situations, you probably aren't getting the fair end of the stick, and simultaneously knowing that you're treated unfairly, simultaneously know the Most High has been there for you the whole time? I want that to sink in a little bit, because those two ways of looking at things, people can't do both. Most people can't sit back and acknowledge they're getting screwed over, but also know the Most High is with them at the same time. Either, for us, we know the Most High is there and everything we get, everything we want we get, or the Most High, we're getting stung and we're having an unrighteous judge, and now my life is messed up and this is my reason to quit. This is what makes men like Jacob special, and it also exposes that we're not really good servants of God if you can't learn to look at things like Jacob looks at things. Okay, let's continue.
And rebuked thee yesternight. And Laban answered and said unto Jacob, these daughters are my daughters.
In his answers, he never acknowledged anything he did in the response. These are my daughters. He never said, man, you right, man. I got 20 years of free labor out you, bro. He could have said, you're right. All this guy's answers was, you took my daughters from me. It's horrible. Like, read on. Nothing spiritual was in this guy's head. Read on.
And these children are my children.
How are they his children? I thought the tribe and nation comes from the father. Read on.
And these cattle are my cattle.
It's crazy, bro. So he just worked for free his whole life for this guy?
Greedy, selfish, inconsiderate.
Because he's saying the cattle are mine because they were on my land.
He's a miser.
Where is this guy? Where is this guy's? So this guy, so he didn't work for nothing?
Yeah. No concept of fairness.
God.
And no ability to empathize. And no real character.
But
no real character to give to be fair with your servants.
But for Jacob, still had a pure outlook towards his life and experience with the Most High. You didn't hear him sitting back here and complaining about how hard his life was and how unfair his life was.
And why the Most High put me in this situation?
You didn't hear none of that. Well, let's continue.
And all that thou seest is mine. And what can I do this
Crazy,
day?
huh?
And what can I do this day unto these my daughters, or unto their children which they have borne?
Mm-hmm.
Now therefore come thou, let us make a covenant.
So, once again, we're going to read where this is at. But this is in Mizpah. He said, come, let's make a covenant. This was the place where they made a decision to come together and make an agreement between them two. Read on.
I and thou, and let it be for a witness between me and thee. And Jacob took a stone and set it up for a pillar. And Jacob said unto his brethren, gather stones. And they took stones and made a heap, and they did eat there upon the heap. And Laban called it Jegar Sahadutha,
Mm-hmm.
but Jacob called it Gali.
Mm-hmm.
And Laban said, this heap is a witness between me and thee this day. Therefore was the name of it called Gali. And Mizpah.
It was called Galid and Mizpah. Read on.
and Mizpah, for he said, the Lord watch between me and thee.
So our people are very, listen, not just them, but this is why keeping elements of past scenarios and things that we did in the past always matters. And going back to how we dealt and went to places that were spiritual and where the consciousness was right is always important to go to, because Judas said, we're going to go back to the same place where Laban and Jacob came back together and made this covenant to sit back here and do things right by one another so they can move forward and bury the hatchet. This was the place where everybody came together, where the Most High is watching. And to be specific, this is the place where the Most High is watching and keeping note of both of these promises and covenants. The reason we went to Mizpah was because, I'm talking about later on, is because that was the place where if we were going to make a prayer to the Most High was going to be a witness to that prayer. Just like he was a witness to this covenant between Laban and Jacob. Okay? So read verse 49.
Verse 49. And Mizpah, for he said, the Lord watch between me and thee when we are absent one from another.
So he says the Most High is watching us when we're not around each other. But this place was a reminder of the Most High watching over both of them. Okay? And watching over them to make sure that they keep their promises one to another. But it's all symbolic for what Judas was trying to do when he went to Mizpah. Since Jerusalem wasn't available, what's the next best thing we could go to and make this covenant and ask the Most High to bless us and trust that he's watching us here and that he's keeping notes and he's taking tallies of our requests. This is what he's doing. Read on.
Verse 50. If thou shalt afflict my daughters, or if thou shalt take other wives beside my daughters, no man is with us. See, the Most High is witness betwixt me and thee.
So listen, Laban is sitting back here making Jacob make some bogus promises with his daughters because he wants to get something out the deal. But it's not about the conditions of the pact. The reason Mizpah was important, it was because that was the place they said the Most High was going to witness and be the witness of the request. So you're on the hook to live by this promise that you're promising, because the Most High is going to see you from here on out in what you do. And that same city is where we're going to now, about to fight this battle. We're sending our prayers up, asking the Most High to be with us and watch us as we progress moving forward. Everything is symbolic like that, and we took that. And the beautiful thing is, Judas had a grasp of history enough to go back to these same scenes to reconnect us back to these spiritual places where we reach out to the Heavenly Father.
Because he was trained as a priest.
He was trained as a priest.
And he had military strategy.
So he had military strategy, but he also knew how to tap into that spiritual side and stay connected to the Most High and keep that consciousness, because he understood our strength was in how well we prayed and stayed spiritually connected. We're gonna let that one go because I don't want to continue to go into the agreement between the two. I want to go to 1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 3 through 15. 1 Samuel chapter 3. 1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 3 through 15. Salaki. 1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 3 through 15.
1 Samuel chapter 7 and verse 3. And Samuel spake unto all the house of Israel, saying, if you do return unto the Lord with all your hearts.
Wait. Yeah, Con.
So, 1 Samuel chapter 7 and verse 3. And Samuel spake unto all the house of Israel, saying, if you do return unto the Lord with all your hearts, then put away the strange gods of Ashtaroth from among you, and prepare your hearts unto the Lord, and serve him only, and he will deliver you out of the hand of the Philistines.
So this is at a period of time where the Philistines were about to come out here and wipe out Israel again. Israel's panicking and scared. And Samuel was like, listen, man, if you guys come back to the Most High with all your hearts, give up these idols, he'll sit back and deliver you from the Philistines. Read on.
Then the children of Israel did put away Baalim and Ashtaroth, and served the Lord only.
Okay, so they gave up the idols, like it said, like we read in Genesis 49. What is he going to take Israel to take things serious? Catastrophe
Complete
gets us to take things serious. Complete annihilation is what gets Israel to take things more serious. Read on.
And Samuel said, gather all Israel to Mizpah.
There you go. Samuel said, gather all of Israel to Mizpah. Mizpah was the gathering place before we had Jerusalem in our hands. So gather everybody to Mizpah. Read on.
And I will pray for you unto the Lord.
He says, and I will sit back and pray to the Most High and petition and ask the Most High to look after the nation in times of war. So now we start to understand now why Judas said, let's go to Mizpah. We're going to go to Mizpah because this is the place where you pray to the Most High and he hears your prayers, and he will accept the conditions of your promises and requite blessings behind it. So if you're promising to change your ways, he will reward you with a blessing.
He'll honor that.
But he's like, this is the place where the Most High is witnessing between you and him, or you and the person you're at war with. Okay? Read on.
And they gathered together to Mizpah, and drew water, and poured it out before the Lord, and fasted on that day, and said there, we have sinned against the Lord. And Samuel judged the children of Israel in Mizpah.
So he dealt with Israel about their problems and their sins, and corrected them in the scriptures. Read on.
And when the Philistines heard that the children of Israel were gathered together to Mizpah, the lords of the Philistines went up against Israel.
And so we're going to catch them now while they're praying. We're going to break them now while they're all together. Read on.
And when the children of Israel heard it, they were afraid of the Philistines.
So listen, when they heard that they were coming, they were afraid. But they were at that place where the Most High hears prayers. And he listens when we're willing to make sure we make the change inside of us. Read on.
And the children of Israel said to Samuel, cease not to cry unto the Lord our power for us.
He said, don't stop praying. Don't stop petitioning.
Yeah.
You're in Mizpah. Keep praying. Keep petitioning. Keep asking for forgiveness of sins. Ask for his mercy. You got to keep praying. Read on.
That he will save us out of the hand of the Philistines. And Samuel took a sucking lamb and offered it for a burnt offering, holy unto the Lord.
So pretty much, they're all sitting back here sending up prayers while the Philistines are coming up here ready to destroy us. Samuel didn't say sit back here and get some billy clubs and some knives. He said send some prayers and ask the Most High. He says without ceasing, just consecutively, prayer after prayer after prayer after prayer, consecutively until I tell you to stop. And as they're all praying, he sits back here and he takes a lamb. Read on.
And Samuel cried unto the Lord for Israel, and the Lord heard him. And as Samuel was offering up the burnt offering, the Philistines drew near to battle against Israel.
So they're getting closer and closer and closer while Samuel's committing the sacrifice and praying. Read on.
But the Lord thundered with a great thunder on that day upon the Philistines, and discomfited them, and they were smitten before Israel.
So right as the Philistines were rolling up into Mizpah, he sent thunder and wiped out a large portion of their army while they're praying. Read on.
And the men of Israel went out of Mizpah and pursued the Philistines and smote them until they came under Bethkar. Then Samuel took a stone and set it between Mizpah and Shen, and called the name of it Ebenezer, saying, hitherto hath the Lord helped us.
So we're saying that the Most High helped us. He heard our prayers. He acknowledged our request. This is once again, when you're trying to sit back here and get the Most High's attention, you go back to all the ancient ways you possibly can, ancient cities, ancient locations, to try to reconnect that same spiritual connection that your forefathers experienced.
As I said, do the first works.
Kinda. So let's continue.
So the Philistines were subdued, and they came no more into the coast of Israel. And the hand of the Lord was against the Philistines all the days of Samuel. And the cities which the Philistines had taken from Israel were restored to Israel, from Ekron even unto Gath. And the coast thereof did Israel deliver out of the hands of the Philistines. And there was peace between Israel and the Amorites. And Samuel judged Israel all the days of his life.
Okay, we're going to let that go. We're going to go to the last verse and chapter that deals with Mishpah. And Mishpah's significance. 1 Samuel chapter 10, verse 17 through 25.
First Samuel chapter 10 and verse 17. And Samuel called the people together unto the Lord to Mizpah.
There we go. We're back at Mizpah. And this one was based upon dealing with Israel's desire for a king.
Yeah.
And they all met up at Mizpah to tell Samuel they didn't want to serve the Most High. They wanted a king to fight their battles. But let's go and read it.
Verse 18. And said unto the children of Israel, Thus saith the Lord, power of Israel, I brought up Israel out of Egypt, and delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of all kingdoms, and of them that oppressed you. And ye have this day rejected your power, who himself saved you out of all your adversities and tribulations. And ye have said unto him, Nay, but set a king over us. Now therefore present yourselves before the Lord by your tribes and by your thousands. And when Samuel had caused all the tribes of Israel to come near, the tribe of Benjamin was taken. When he had caused the tribe of Benjamin to come near by their families, the family of Matri was taken. And Saul the son of Kish was taken. And then they sought him who could not be found.
So listen, that was just showing that when they chose Saul, he was humble and he wasn't even ready. He didn't want to take on that responsibility, but the Most High chose him anyway. But keep going. That's not the focus of the point. I just wanted to bring about the Mishpah part. But let's keep going.
Verse 22. Therefore they inquired of the Lord further, if the man should yet come thither. And the Lord answered, Behold, he had hid himself among the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they ran and fetched him thence. And when he stood among the people, he was higher than any of the people from his shoulder and upward.
Mm-hmm.
And Samuel said to all the people, See ye him whom the Lord hath chosen, that there is none like him among all the people. And all the people shouted and said, The Most High saved the king.
And this was a terrible moment in our history, but we wanted somebody that was the tallest, biggest, strongest guy of our people to lead us. That's what happened. Read on.
Then Samuel told the people the manner of the kingdom, and wrote it in a book, and laid it up before the Lord. And Samuel sent all the people away, every man to his house.
Okay. So once again, this moment where the entire nation gathered to figure out what was going to be the edict that the Most High had, it was Mizpah. To find out what the Most High's will was, they all went to Mizpah. So, with all that being said, let's go back to verse 46 in 1 Maccabees chapter 3.
1 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 46. Wherefore the Israelites assembled themselves together and came to Mizpah over against Jerusalem. For in Mizpah was the place where they prayed aforetime in Israel.
And he's letting you know this was, and I mean, we just gave the proof of where they prayed and where they came together and petitioned the Most High at that location, especially since Jerusalem was no longer an option. Read on.
Then they fasted that day and put on sackcloth and cast ashes upon their heads and rent their clothes, and laid open the book of the law.
So they fasted, they rent their clothes, they put ash on their heads, and they were studying the scriptures. They opened up the Bible. Read on.
Wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images.
Now we know historically, Israelites didn't have portraits in their homes. They didn't have art. They didn't have self-portraits and arts because art was looked upon as graven images, and we couldn't have graven images. So what this is saying is, the reason this verse fits at this particular time is because we open the book of the law, wherein the heathen were trying to sit back here and already start putting their images as the Hebrews. Don't forget, what was their plan once they defeated Judas? What was their plan? What was Antiochus' plan once they defeated Judas?
To bring in Syrians.
To take out the Jews, put them in slavery, and put a new people in there. Different strangers to just permanently stay in the city. By doing that, you do that and couple it with the changing of the painting of how the people looked. All of a sudden, you have a whole new culture. So you put the original people in slavery, change the art, change how the characters looked, and now you have the new Jew. And now that same concept is used today. You sit back and go to any of these religious institutions, the people are going to look like Edomites. The only place where it was true was in Russia, where the icons and the images were sustained over longer periods of time. And the whitewashers didn't get a chance to go as far as Russia to change the images. Okay, let's continue.
Verse 49. They brought also the priest's garments, and the first fruits, and the tithes, and the Nazarites they stirred up, who had accomplished their days.
So on top of going to this religious place, a place where we had conscience towards the Father, they started reinstituting priestly garments, tithing, first fruits, Nazarite vows. Listen, the vows start kicking in when you start asking the Most High to look after you in your fight.
Yeah.
When everybody's sitting back here and fasting and they're praying to the Most High to look after us, everybody's getting holy as hell out.
Oh yeah.
I will no longer drink wine for 5 years. Let me win this battle. I will no longer do this for 2 years until if I win this battle. All of a sudden we get holy as hell. And I understand. But all these petitions are being made because, one, Judas' intention was right, but he's setting the right tone and the right environment to inspire us to operate holy. He's setting that right holy atmosphere. The locations are nostalgic. But we're bringing the priestly garments in. We're sitting back here and having tithe offerings. Later on, you read about how the poor are going to get taken care of. All these things are tying in to how things were supposed to be. Okay? Let's continue.
Verse 50. Then cried they with a loud voice.
Matter of fact, before you go there, let's go to Galatians Galatians 4 and 18.
Ready?
Almost. Just gotta get to the verse.
Yes.
Just read it.
Galatians chapter 4 and verse 18.
Mm-hmm.
But it is good to be zealously affected always in a good thing, and not only when I am present with you.
So Paul is saying it's good to be zealously affected in a good way. And Judas was very good at knowing what zealous buttons to push to inspire Israel to be more spiritual than what they once had earlier in that day. Judas had an uncanny knack to go to the right city, the right location, to sit back here and set up the ceremonies the way it has to be, to spark that fight and nostalgia, to get the most out of the people to fight their battle out. So he said it's good to sit back and to zealously affect somebody in a good way if it's possible. Let that verse go and go to Romans 15 and verse 4.
Romans chapter 15 and verse 4. For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning.
And this is why you always go back to the past to get greater understanding in the future. Read on.
That we, through patience and comfort of the scriptures, might have hope.
And the reason you sit back, you go on the past, and you meditate on the cities, and you think about the history, is to give us hope in the future. And this is what Judas is doing. He's sitting back here bringing us back to the time of Mizpah and Samuel and all the great things he did.
The great history.
And then you start remembering and being told the story about at that location, Samuel was praying to the Most High, and they wiped out, Most High sent thunder and wiped out the Philistines. You telling me they didn't tell that story when they got to Mizpah? You know damn well they did. And you got to hear those stories and hear those reminders so that hope can grow stronger amongst the people in front of you. And that's what's so important. You got when you're motivating your people, you got to give them hope through the scriptures, through hope in lessons and classes and concepts, so they have something spiritual to hold on to stay strong. He understood what exhortation was to the max. Last verse. Let's go to 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 1 through 7.
Second Peter chapter 3 and verse 1. This second epistle, beloved, I now write unto you, in both which I stir up your pure minds by way of remembrance.
Listen, he's telling you, he says he's trying to stir up your pure minds by remembrance. That's everything, man. That's what we're all trying to do. Listen, in class, what do you think we're trying to do? We're trying to stir up Israel's purest mind by remembering. Remembering all the beautiful things he's come through with, how he's come through for us. It's about inspiring your people and inspiring the pureness of us by remembrance. That's how you do it. Read verse 1 again. It's a beautiful, powerful verse.
2 Peter chapter 3 and verse 1. This second epistle, beloved, I now write unto you, in both which I stir up your pure minds by way of remembrance.
He says, my job is to keep you strong, or to get you strong, by taking you back and remembering either you at your strength or your nation at their strength.
Yep.
Read on.
That ye may be mindful of the words which were spoken before by the holy prophets, and of the commandment of us, the apostles of the Lord and Savior.
Because when we're sitting back here and clogged in our mind, focused on what we're losing and what we're suffering, we get detached from the pure thinking you need to keep you potent and keep you on task. Read on.
Knowing this first, that there shall come in the last days scoffers, walking after their own lusts.
The truth is, there's going to be a lot of people that you're around that don't see the good in the Most High, that don't see the good in staying in order and being disciplined and having a pure outlook. Scoffers mean people who scoff at your obedience.
Yep.
People that scoff at your good works. There's a lot of people that are going to scoff at your good works and not see the good in it and the good intent behind it.
They speak down about what you're doing for Christ.
And it's almost like the more you try to do good, there's a faction or a group that wants to knock down the good that you're doing and the zeal that you're doing it in. So he says you can't forget the goodness and the pureness of mind, because there's always going to be scoffers trying to attack that pure mind of yours. Read on.
And saying, where is the promise of his coming?
And to get people to sit back here and slow up. Where's the promise of his coming? I thought he was going to come. I thought your situation was going to be changed. You're still suffering. See, this is why you guys got to go live your life.
Yeah.
Because people, the why you still waiting, that hits everybody's mind. Why still suffer? Why still wait? Why still go through all this crap?
Why keep committing?
Why keep committing? Why don't you just go for yours? You'll get where you got to get quicker. It's always that, or why don't you just go leave him and go get somebody else? Start over. It's always something that's heavy in a person's spirit. And that's what you're fighting against. Scoffers, your environment that's trying to keep you from looking at things purely in the Lord. Read on.
For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of the creation.
So what he's saying is, he says, since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of creation. But what it's saying is, after all the apostles, not the apostles, but the holy men left, all the righteous men, everybody just went back to normal. And if there's no holy, righteous example, everybody's going to live their life. Everything to discourage self-sustaining and operating in the right mindset. It's all set up. All the communication is to get you to say, let me slow down too. Read on.
For this they willingly are ignorant of, that by the word of the Most High the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was, being overflown.
It says, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water. What he's saying is that the earth is inside the firmament, which is around him. So there's waters on the outside of the earth, and there's elements and waters on the inside of the earth. Okay? So read verse 5 again.
Verse 5. For this they willingly are ignorant of, that by the word of the Most High the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water.
So he's saying existence is only established by the word of the Lord. Read on.
Whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. But the heavens and the earth, which are now, by the same word are kept in store, reserved unto fire against the day of judgment and perdition of ungodly men.
So he's still saying that punishment's waiting for the ungodly. And his word is still alive. And it's just waiting for the right time when fire is used to purge the earth. Because listen, in the past, water was going to purge earth. At the end, fire is going to purge earth. And he's like, that fire is waiting for everybody who doesn't believe. So it behooves us to believe, and it behooves us to maintain pure minds in the midst of everything we're going through. Let that go, and let's get back to verse 50 in the in the Bible.
First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 50. Then cried they with a loud voice toward heaven, saying, What shall we do with these? And whither shall we carry them away? For thy sanctuary is trodden down and profaned, and thy priests are in heaviness and brought low. And lo, the heathen are assembled together against us to destroy us. What thing they imagine against us thou knowest. How shall we be able to stand against them, except thou, O Yahweh, be our help? Then sounded they with the trumpets, and cried with a loud voice. And after this...
So what they're doing is they sent their prayers up, they sent their petitions, and asked the Most High to look after them. Read on.
And after this, Judas ordained captains over the people, even captains over the thousands, and over hundreds, and over 50s, and over 10s.
So what he ends up doing, he sits back here and sets the battalions up. He sets the military groupings up. Okay, read on.
But as for such as were building houses, or had betrothed wives, or were planting vineyards, or were fearful, those he commanded that they should return, every man to his own house.
Now, we're not going to do this tonight or today, but when you go to Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 1 through 9, those chapters give you the rules of engagement and the rules of war. So all Judas is doing is reciting those same rules of war that Moses gave Israel way back in the day. But long story short, what he's saying in verse 56 is anybody that has different agendas, anybody that is not completely focused on the battle that's right in front of them, whether it's a new wife, vineyards, things that will establish distractions. He said, I'd rather you be at home and make those things your focus than be here on the battlefield and not be distracted and cause your brother's life. Or even if you're fearful. If you're fearful, you're going to bring more detriment to the body being here than being gone. So what he's doing is he's trying to make sure everybody that's in that group is strong. So whether it's 6,000 or whether it's 5,500, give me 5,500 strong men versus 6,500 of wishy-washy. So this is what Judas is doing. He's setting the tone for the upcoming battle and removing any weaker influences that could get in the way. Hold this real quick and go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 14 in the Apocrypha. 14 verse 20 to 22.
Ecclesiastes chapter 14 and verse 20.
I think by next week we'll go over at Deuteronomy 20 next week. But let's read this Ecclesiasticus, because this is one thing I know, and it's in what Judas is doing is tracing and following all the ways that his forefathers did things, and that was how he protected himself moving forward. This is an advice for y'all brothers. Trace the scriptures, trace the history of your people, and trace your head's example, your captain's example when they do things the right way. Trace those approaches. Tracing the exact way, that's how you can establish greater confidence and belief in what you're about to go into. So Ecclesiasticus 14 and 20. And when I say trace them, trace their good works. Trace the works that you know produce success. Not every work. The works that produce spiritual success. Ecclesiasticus 14 and 20.
Ecclesiastes chapter 14 and verse 20. Blessed is the man that doth meditate good things in wisdom.
And meditating good things in wisdom is also stirring up pure minds by way of remembrance. Same thing. Read on.
And that reasoneth of holy things by his understanding.
And he says, and you're blessed if you're able to reason or think about holy things by his understanding. Meaning, you're blessed if you can look at spiritual things spiritual, or look at situations in a spiritual perspective. A lot of us don't have the ability, when you're going through things, to still see things spiritual. Okay? Read on.
He that considereth her ways in his heart shall also have understanding in her secrets. Go after her as one that traces.
When you're going after wisdom, when you're trying to get the Most High's attention, either the way you get the Most High's attention is just like a person who traces. When you're trying to please the Most High, he's like, don't involve yourself. Don't inject yourself and your little flavor and your little 2 cents in there. He said, when you're trying to figure out the Spirit, do verbatim what the Scripture says. Think verbatim of how the Most High wants things done. If you want the Most High to bless you, just don't inject your way at all. Trace exactly what the Scripture says. Trace exactly the mindset and the sentiment of the individuals that got blessed. Trace that. That's how you gain the Most High's favor. And this is what Judas is doing. He's tracing all the acts of the great men. He's tracing where did Samuel send his prayers up. If we can't go to Jerusalem, what's the special place we can go to stay connected? I'm going to sit back and do exactly what Moses did before he went to war. He sat back here, and guys that just got married, guys that were afraid, guys that were into their vineyard, get them out. I'm going to do exactly what Moses did. Say exactly what Moses said. These are the ways that we get the Most High on our side by mimicking great men in Christ and operating verbatim what the men did, what the sisters did. That's how you do it. That's how you tighten up. Okay? Continue. Is that all verse 22?
And lie in wait in her ways.
So he says, and once you trace and do it exactly how the elders did it in the grace in the scriptures, then wait until you see success in those methods. This has nothing to do with doing things your way. Don't do things your way. Listen, there is a reason that t-shirt was Sarah Strong for the sisters. Go back into that Sarah Strong. What Sarah Strong looked like? What did it take for sisters to be strong? What were the conditions that they were going through, and how hard did they have to work to stay in order with the Most High? That's being Sarah Strong. And in doing that, can you sustain that mindset and stay in those ways until the Most High blesses? Whether it's with women, whether it's with men, it's the same concept. Can you hold on to these concepts, trace them verbatim, and wait in them, and not involving and putting your own little 2 cents in, your emotions and feelings? Then you get blessed. A lot of times people think they're tracing, but they're not. They think they're mimicking the ways of the Most High, but they're injecting themselves in it and wonder why the Most High don't acknowledge it. So let that verse go, and let's jump back to Maccabees. So First Maccabees 3 and verse, I think it's 57.
First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 57. So the camp removed and pitched upon the south side of Emmaus. And Judas said, arm yourselves and be valiant men.
So they said they pitched, and they were south of Emmaus, right? This isn't the one. Okay, so Emmaus was here like in northwestern Judea. They were south of Emmaus, along the mountain range for sure. Okay, so they're around south of Emmaus, whereas the warring military is in Emmaus. So read verse 58 again.
Verse 58. And Judas said, arm yourselves and be valiant men, and see that ye be in readiness against the morning, that ye may fight with these nations that are assembled together against us to destroy us and our sanctuary. For it is better for us to die in battle than to behold the calamities of our people and our sanctuary. Nevertheless, as the will of the Most High is in heaven, so let him do.
Done. So, we're about to go next week. We'll go into the actual war. But Judas was getting them prepped for this next upcoming battle. And we're going to stop there at chapter 3. Are there any questions? Okay. Get this off. Amajim, Wapanya, Yerushalayim.
Still on.
It is on. Okay. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai. Please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love. Spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh shall come quickly. For in me is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Shemad. Zayat. Lamasha. Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Please type this in. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psalter.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither the fool understands.
When the wicked spring into grass.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
Is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh art most high forevermore.
Most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
My horn shall exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
My ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
Shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourish.
They shall be fat and flourish.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'Shem Yahushai. Psalms 133. Shayar, Hamayawa, La Duad, Hana, Ma, Tuwab, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Chashaman, Tuwab, Ayo, Haraash, Yerad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarat, Ayo, Payah, Marawathua, Kator, Ramwan, Shayarat, Ayo, Haroria, Tazayawan, Haya, Sham, Tazawah, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Hawalam, Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Wachnei. Washrolim. Wabiyath. Sepoya. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Wachnei. Washrolim. Wabiyath. Sepoya. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Wachnei. Washrolim. Wabiyath. Sepoya. Yahweh. Basham. Yahshua. Walking out. Watch shortly. Rabbi support it. Turn. Barakatha Yahweh. Barakatha Yahushua. Barakatha Yahweh. Barakatha Yahushua. Barakatha Yahweh. Barakatha Yahushua. Barakatha Yahweh. Barakatha Yahushua. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all love, all power from your house. All power from your house. All power from your house. Basham. Yahushua. The water, the miyat, the money. So look.
Saluting out the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushua, Wakoya Shalom, individual, Amajah, Rock.
Yahweh Basham Yahushua Barakatha. Hold on. Make sure you let the brother know what we just did.
What we said, sir, is the name of the Most High in Christ. Bless you. And then we said, rise Israel, rise Israel, rise Israel.
So one group
bless each
said,
other.
Most High bless you, and then we said, Most High bless you back.
Yeah.
And then it was rise Israel, rise Israel.
It's a holy kiss or it's a salute. The Most High protect you. And He watch over you. That's what we're going to do for the sisters also. We're going to pray that the Most High protect the sisters. They're going to salute us also back. That's the holy kiss.
Your face, sisters.
Mount Shabbat.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, the individual, Amajah, Rock.
Yahushua Basham Yahushua. Yahushua. Dismiss. Hold up. Shalom, y'all. Thank you for tuning in. See y'all on Monday, all right?